running out of time. Help me, Lord, I think I'm about to lose my mind. Little sluggers on my head, I think I'm about to go insane. Paranoid, steady running through my mind. As these niggas out to give me, I'm running out of time. Help me, Lord, I think I'm about to lose my mind. Little sluggers on my head, I think I'm about to go insane. Bullets flying, shots fired, lit like GGO. Yellow bone on my line, and she trained to go. Paranoia got me sweating, smoking swisher sweets. Niggas pull up with them hammers when you talking heat. Shawty looking hella thick, I just wanna grip. Paranoid when I dip, I'ma have to dip. Yeah, I don't need no seat. Bitch, I cop a plea. Why you copying me? Pink dogs, ghost sluts, think I'm about to sweep. Change clothes, foreign drip, I ain't gotta speak. Yeah, he's tough for himself, 500 feet. Shorty call me on my F's, niggas in too deep. Paranoid from the drip, different bitches on my dick. Niggas looking for a lick, clout got these niggas sick. I don't want it anymore, they can leave it at the door. Wait, who knocking at the door? Little slugger, here we go. Paranoid, steady running through my mind. And these niggas out to get me, am I running out of time? Help me, Lord, I think I'm about to lose my line. Little sluggers on my head, I think I'm about to go insane. Paranoid, steady running through my mind. And these niggas out to get me, am I running out of time? Help me, Lord, I think I'm about to lose my mind. Little sluggers on my head, I think I'm about to go insane.
Alrighty, we are back with Mr. Jared for J Talk. You still there, Jared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're not moving. I thought we had an issue again, so I'm glad that's not the problem. All right, let me close out some of these dancing fools. All right. Oh, no, you're still there. I want you there. Okay, and then keep that there. Go ahead and put you there. Put me right there next to you. All right. And think we're good. I've got all my stuff I can pull up. I'm going to put this actually up here in case I need to pull up some of my images.
I got some notes and things to talk about as well today. So, do you want to lay the groundwork for the idea? So, the notes I have, I wanted to talk Trump.
Sure. Let me put up a graphic just to kind of set the mood so that people can kind of see what we're doing today. Today we're going to be talking about. Turn my mic up. You good now? You like that? All right. So today we're going to be talking about what's in this picture right here. And oh, you know what I did? That's why my mic is a little low. Let's see how that sounds to you. Because I turned it down in OBS. All right. So we're going to be talking about the pandemic, the naughty word that back for a while you could not even say anything about, which was oddly enough the same rules that apply to these certain people, as you can't mention their name or name them. And well, we're going to be naming them, and we're going to be naming it. As you can see in this graphic, it says that every single aspect of COVID is And
Hmm.
so uh, I'll let Mr. Jared go.
So, just to kind of lay the groundwork for this, I wanted to get a little bit into the background and possibility that the king and man behind Operation Warp Speed, uh, good old Donald J. Trump, is a J himself, and we'll briefly discuss his mentor, Roy Cohn, the Jew who helped him get his foothold in the business world in New York. We're going to talk about some of Trump's proclivity for surrounding himself with Jews. Uh, we'll mention
he does that
Bill.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, he happens to be a fan
Okay.
of these particular people. We're gonna uh, investigate and visit the idea that Bill Gates, major um, backer and investor in the vaccine world globally, is a J, and we're gonna pull up some documents, which I've shared with Dylan, which discuss some of the major players during the scamdemic and in their early life Wikipedia um, data. So I want to just start off with the question: is Donald Trump a J? And there's reasons to believe that he comes from a family that happens to be Jewish. Um, his father had many Jewish affiliations and connections to the Jewish community in New York. And let's just dive right into it.
Okay.
So Friedrich Trump, Fred Trump Sr., born in 1869, and died in 1918, was born in Karlstadt, Germany. When he was 16, he ran away to America for 6 years. Fred was on the East Coast, and then he went to the West Coast, to the gold fields of Washington, and then to the Klondike in Canada. And interesting enough, Mr. Fred Trump Sr. teamed up with a Jew by the name of Ernst Levin and got into the saloon business serving gold miners. So this was the beginning of the Trump fortune. And Levin or Levine, it's hard to say which, was clearly a Jew, Russian Jew, uh, of the old tribe of Levi. For those who aren't familiar, Levine and Levin are derivatives of Levi, who were the
Oddly enough,
Pharisees.
Levi means to join up.
It's also one of the 12 tribes and was associated with the Pharisees. So the priestly class and the people who worked and upheld the temples and performed the ritual animal sacrifice and so forth, the ones who persecuted Jesus, the Pharisees, as they're known in the Bible, were of the tribe of Levi. And the only people who were allowed to operate in the temple were of the tribe of Levi. So modern day Levi's also go by the name of Cohen, Cohen, or like Trump's mentor, Cohn, Cohn. But that's usually them just switching up the name a bit. So I guess old Ernst Levine had a drinking problem, and that their partnership split up in 1901, and good old Fred Sr. tried to return to Bavaria, which then ruled over Karlstadt, but the officials would not let him stay because they considered him a draft dodger at the time. So Fred married Elizabeth Christ and returned to the U.S.
So you got your draft dodgers and your headphone dodgers.
Yeah, 100%. The usual suspects, so to speak. And so Trump's claim in The Art of the Deal that his grandfather was Swedish and not German is one of the many lies the man's spoken over the years. Later on, he does clarify that he was of German stock, and there's a a video you could find on YouTube. Good blood, yeah, German blood. He you may or may not have seen it, but he eventually clears that up. But he grew up in the Jamaican estates of Queens, a heavily Jewish enclave for those not familiar. And he attended the Q Forest School, where many alumni happened to be Jewish. Hank Azaria, the Simpsons guy, Gideon Yago, and a few others. So Fred Trump was on the school's board of trustees at this Q Forest School. And his father also donated the land for the Beach Haven Jewish Community Center, which teaches the Talmud and Kabbalah. So, very interesting that this man went into business with Jews when he first went to the United States. Is involved in philanthropic efforts in the Jewish community, and not just a buck to the Jews here and there. Literally donated the land to a school which teaches the Talmud and the Kabbalah.
I'm looking at the notes, by the way. He married Elizabeth Christ, and
Yeah.
then he took her name.
So I don't believe he took the name Christ, but that is
Fred Christ Trump is what I'm looking at.
Oh, that might have been part of the article that I use for the data.
Okay.
But so this grandfather or father of Trump is operating in Jewish circles. He's giving land to Jews and heavily involved in the Jewish community.
Well, they seem to really like that when you give them land.
Oh, they're
because otherwise they're going to take it.
They happen to be a huge fan of land, particularly land that belongs to other people.
Love land. They love land.
They do. So Fred Trump Jr. had a relationship with a gentleman by the name of Rabbi Israel Wagner. So this was the man that, if I'm not mistaken, he donated the land to. So good old Rabbi Israel Wagner was a Holocaust survivor, and began organizing in an underground garage of a Brooklyn apartment building built in 1950.
They love underground also. They love being underground.
I couldn't help but notice that as well. The big fan of those tunnel adjacent buildings. So seeking support for a proper Jewish community center, Wagner approached Mr. Fred Trump, the son of the man involved in the saloons with Mr. Levine, and he happened to be the landlord of this particular building in Brooklyn, and at the time was a real estate developer, Mr. Fred Trump Jr. And they began a friendship again. The Trump family nestling up to Jews.
And by the way, before we get further in your notes, he attended Q Forest School, where many alumni, including Catherine Weber, Gideon Yago, and Hank Azaria, are Jewish. His father, Fred Christ Trump, was on the school board's board of trustees, further connecting the family to this environment. That's the exact same story with Epstein. With, was it Donald Barr? Is Bill Barr's dad Donald Barr? Isn't that his name?
I forget what his first name is, but yes, he was involved with the Barr family. If I'm not mistaken, the Fordham School.
They love being in school too. They love school.
Yeah, they're big fans of schools. Access to youth is a consistent theme with these individuals.
Well, vampires love youth.
They do. Big fan of the blood of children.
I'm sorry if I get too mouthy. When I drink coffee, I get mouthy, and then when I drink alcohol, I get mouthy, and so I'm doing both.
Double dip, my friend. Enjoy yourself. So, yeah, this long-lasting friendship blossomed between the two men, Mr. Wagner and Mr. Fred Trump Jr. And so Trump donates this land for this Beach Haven Jewish Community Center after being approached by Wagner. And he attended annual dinners with the man and even referred to Mr. Wagner as my rabbi.
Okay, so that's what Slav is referring to right there in that page 118 of that book, where he was because I think that's like unconfirmed, like it's the unconfirmed rumor that he's Jewish, but he was
page 188 of The Way to the Top.
Okay.
He mentions practicing Kabbalah.
I remember. I have that image somewhere. Yeah.
So basically the story emphasizes Mr. Fred Trump's ongoing financial support and his efforts to cozy up to Jews, and his respect for Jews. And Donald obviously sees these things growing up and continues down the path similar to his father's. So there's a photograph from 1956, which reportedly shows Mr. Fred Trump at a synagogue's cornerstone laying ceremony. And the confidant of President Trump confirmed the story. And it just highlights the family's historical affinity for Jews, and contrasts any narrative that there's anti-Semitism from the man, when clearly he's the most pro-Jewish president there's ever been. He's openly stated, "I'm the best friend Israel's ever had, most supportive of the Jewish community." He was given that crown by the Jews from the Jewish Heritage Community. I forget the name of it exactly.
There
But
was there was a
basic,
maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I was watching Rumble, and there just happened to be some guy live streaming, and he had Trump on, and he was talking about how, Israel used to basically run Congress, and and things were way better. And I was like, did you really just say that out loud? And I saw that in live time of him actually saying that. I don't know if you've ever seen that clip,
no, I
but it ended
haven't.
up getting recorded, and I was like, holy shit, he actually said it out loud.
Well, Trump's been to Israel on numerous occasions. He's kissed the wall. He's been seen wearing a kippah on numerous occasions. Again, as I stated, he received the crown of Jerusalem, basically proclaiming him more or less their Messiah. They named a terminal for their high-speed rail, which is the terminal which happens to be where they plan to build the third temple.
Jews love
Uh,
trains.
big big fan of trains, as you and I both know, whether of the miniature variety or box cars, as
They
some may
love
say.
riding trains.
Um, yeah, these Jewish connections run deep, and Trump, his daughter married a man, as we know, by the name of Jared Kushner, whose father was involved in Ponzi schemes and robbing the the affluent in New York and the you know people of the United States of a great deal of wealth. I think he ended up being pardoned at some point by Trump, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but
And he's
according to
also the godson of Benjamin Netanyahu.
oh really
Mm-hmm.
Kushner is
Mm-hmm.
wow. Would you look at that, huh? Good old Milikowski. So according to Israel 365, Fred uh, Trump, Donald's father, not only gave the land for this Talmud and Kabbalah center, he also gave to generously to Jewish causes, including the Long Island Jewish Hospital. And in the book, The Trumps: Three Generations of Builders and a Presidential Candidate, which is the title of the book, it was noted that Fred was so active in Jewish and Israeli causes that some believed he belonged to the Jewish faith. So,
A regular Ted Cruz.
yeah, there's reason to believe that man might be a crypto Jew as well. But for the sake of this conversation, we'll stick to the old Vax Daddy Trump. Um, so Freddie Trump, Trump's brother, claimed to be Jewish. So the elder brother of Donald claimed that his father, Fred Trump Sr., was the Jewish son of German immigrants. Freddie joined a Jewish fraternity at Lehigh College. Freddie died of alcoholism 1999 at the age of 43.
Okay, so that's why we don't know him. Okay.
And it's often the reason for which Donald claims he doesn't drink and is a teetal, whatever the fuck they, teetotaler or however they pronounce that shit.
Teetotaler.
Teetotaler, there it is. So the offspring of Freddie had a dispute with Donald over the will of their father when he passed, and they kind of give old Donnie a hard time for some of their difficulties they later faced in life. But there's an interesting thing when you dig into the genealogy of Trump's lineage. So his maternal grandmother, Marianne McLeod, has records that suggest she married a man with the same name as her father, which is a bit of a red flag in genealogical research.
Oh, kind of like
So
like Macron.
yeah, it's one of those things you find in crypto Jews in their affinity for hiding their past and doing their best to obfuscate their true origins. You run into the same thing when you look into families from the black nobility, as we discussed in previous episodes, and some of these old banking families, who, in my opinion, are again often crypto Jews. They change their name as Jews often do,
Well,
and
I
they
think we're both black nobility. You're always late, and I like to fuck fat white women and get into fights with people in grocery stores.
uh, uh you know, guilty. Um, so old Mary Ann Trump, born McLeod, came from the island of Lewis in the Hebrides of Scotland. Notice Hebe or Hebrides.
Ah, I see what you're doing there.
So this name Lewis uh, is one of the names, like Davis, that for some reason Jews in Britain had the custom of adopting. So like they kind of stay away from certain names, but one of the names they often grab is Lewis and Davis, and you don't really see many Johnsons who are Jews, but you do see, gold, silver, uh,
Diamonds.
yeah, the other names, black, white, other names of that nature, just doing their best to again obfuscate their Jewish nature. So this name is Lewis has been associated with Levi and the Levites, and the Hebrides or Hebrides, for the sake of this pronunciation, I'm just going to use Heb, even though it's probably incorrect. Uh, so the Hebrides or Hebrides are named after the Hebrews, and this root word Heber, meaning Hebrew, was common in the British Isles, and these Hebrides Islands near the Orkney Islands are often associated with Jews, and a portion of these people were associated in the past with Jews and the Israelites. An old Latin chronicle, Historia Norwegiae, Norwegiae, or however you would pronounce that in Latin. In chapter 7, concerning the Orkney Islands, from the 1200s, describes the population of the Orkneys at the time of annexation by Norway. There were two different peoples. There were the Pap and the Petty. The Pappy appeared to be a Celtic Christian population, possibly from Ireland, and the Petty are identified as Picts. And it is said that about the Petty, little exceeded pygmies in stature. They did marvels in the morning and evening in building walled towns, but at midday they entirely lost all their strength and lurked through fear in little underground houses. And the Pape had been named for their white robes, which they wore like priests. An island is still called after them, Pape, Papey. But it was observed from their habit and the writings of their books that it had been abandoned there, that they were they were Africans adhering to Judaism, which is very interesting because there's this idea that when the 12 tribes or 10 tribes were scattered and left the land of Israel, being they were often a merchant class who had been associated with the Phoenicians, they were aware of the outer isles outside the gates of Gibraltar, and that they had settled, some of which in the British Isles, and including these islands mentioned here, the Hebrides.
So that's interesting that Count Dankula actually did a video recently about the Picts
Yeah, the
being
Picts.
Black, and there's some Somali, he's Somali or Nigerian, getting public funding in Scotland to make books saying that Scotland was multicultural back then, and that the Picts were black, and it from what I see, the Picts were very anything but multicultural.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that, is clearly debatable, but it does appear there was some people from North Africa, and the way I look at North Africa is North Africa's always been white. Um, so it's sub-Saharan Africa, which happens to be black. But that said, Jews, the Phoenicians, and their close relations, the Canaanites, have always been a merchant class, a seafaring people. Christopher Columbus, or Cristobal Colon, was a Jew, as has been brought to light recently and discussed in a previous podcast that we had done. And he had left Spain in 1492 when the Jews were expelled by Queen Isabella in 1492. And there's a book by a certain gentleman regarding Jews and the pirates of the Caribbean, which is a fun little idea, which we'll probably get into on another episode.
Jewish pirates?
Oh yeah, butt pirates. But that said, these Jews lived in these underground houses. Again, these tunnel Jews in their underground houses.
Did they happen to have circular doors?
That is interesting. Being you mentioned that, I don't think Tolkien was a fan of them. Maybe he was. Maybe that's what he was depicting, and making them the hero of the story. That would be interesting to consider.
Well, maybe it was his way of saying that they were getting their salvation and coming back to the light
That
once they were brought in by the Finns. The elves were based off the Finns.
Oh yeah, no, I could see that the Nordic people in some capacity, whether the Finns or the Norse. I
Not the
wholeheartedly
Norse. Fuck them. The Finns.
Well,
It was based
I,
off. That's
I'm
their
aware
language was off of the Finns.
I'm aware that Finns and the Norse don't always have the. At times, Finns will say, "Oh no, fuck them," but then other times where they're like, "No, we're Scandinavian," so I'm not gonna give you too much shit. You guys like to split hairs like that, you darn Finns. Um, so these Pape have been named for their white robes, and they were known for these robes. So the Pape in this case may have been either Irish Celts or Picts, and they were in some schools of thought related to the Caledonians, and they were described as adherents of Judaism, and they had arrived via North Africa. So on Trump's paternal side, his great grandfather, Friedrich Trump, Drumph was the original name. Had sisters with distinctly Jewish surnames, Freund and Schuster. Meanwhile, his mother's maiden name was Kober, which could be seen as an altered form of Kolber, another surname with Jewish roots. So Trump's aunt married a man by the name of William O. Walter, which is a name tied to Jewish families and organizations in both the U.S. and the U.K. And both Fred and Mary Trump passed away at Long Island Jewish Medical Center, a Jewish hospital. So again, the Jewish connections deepen. And they don't stop at genealogy, as I had stated. Trump's business dealings orbit major Jewish figures such as Samuel and Abraham Lindenbaum, and as I had previously stated, Roy Cohn. The Lindenbaums, for instance, were heavily involved with the Jewish real estate developer known as Larry Silverstein. Good old Lucky Larry.
So everybody's rubbing elbows with each other.
And a gentleman by the name of Leonard Litwin, who was partners in Trump's real estate developments. So he had heavy Jewish influence, and as we know, members of his cabinet and some of the peoples he, as you said, rubbed elbows with, like Howard Lutnick, another prominent Jew who was made, I believe, his minister of finance, if I'm not mistaken, and was Epstein's neighbor, I believe.
Why is that familiar? Why were they talking about Howard Lutnick recently? He was in a picture recently. That was he was Epstein's neighbor. That's okay. Yeah.
Epstein's neighbor. Yeah. And Trump and Epstein were actually neighbors in Florida as well. Like they lived about like a 20-minute walk from one another. So it's not just the photos and the modeling circles that they moved in. There's deep Jewish connections to Donald Trump and his entire family. And it was his father, Fred, who introduced him to Roy Cohn. And as is famously said, "Where's my Roy Cohn?" It's like it's a statement associated with Donald Trump. So Roy Cohn was a blackmailer, similar to Epstein. Some may say he was kind of the man prior to Epstein, who was moving in those circles at the time, prior to or in concurrent times with Robert Maxwell, but he was doing it in the United States, where Maxwell was operating more so in the UK. But so it was Roy Cohn who taught Donald Trump the ropes. According to the FBI, Roy Cohn was the worst human being ever profiled at the time. So he had organized crime connections, and I can't remember if he died of AIDS. I think it might have been AIDS that killed him. But so Donald Trump's father introduced Donald to Roy Cohn, and he was his legal counsel, and he was also known for representing mob leaders such as Fat Tony Salerno, of the Genovese family, Carmine Galante of the Bonanno family, and Paul Castellano of the Gambino family.
I remember the Bonanno family in one of our previous talks.
Yeah, yeah. When discussing the black nobility, 100%. So
Okay.
there is a deep connection between the black nobility, Jews, the Vatican, and the the Black Hand, as it's known in Italy, and the Italian mafia has heavy Jewish connections. For instance, Meyer Lansky was the more or less the finance bookman, the person who handled their accounts and helped them skirt skirt the system by grease and skids, and paying off the right people for years before there was a crackdown on the Italian mafia. And so the Italian mafia is also heavily involved in Operation Gladio. And again, we saw their influence in Europe. They're associated with the Catholic Church, and many Jews actually lived and resided in Sicily. So it is fair to say maybe some of these old Italian families had Jewish roots, but went by Italian names, moved in Italian circles, and were outwardly Catholic, but were crypto Jews in secret. Again, that's debatable and speculation on my part. But James Angleton, the head of Gladio and the liaison to Israel, and
That was the first CIA guy, right?
yeah, he was deputy director, if I'm not mistaken. He has a plaque in Israel on like a corner or like a neighborhood he frequented. He helped a particular gentleman who was the brother of an associate smuggle the plutonium out of New Jersey, which helped facilitate the Dimona nuclear project in Israel. So
Slav had me pull up a picture. You can't see it, but of Trump cosplaying as a sexy Roman soldier at Roy Cohn's 70s dress up party. I've never seen this before. He looks like such a. Is he wearing like rouge? He looks like. He looks like just a delicious little hairless boy.
Yeah, so Cohn was a known homosexual. And,
okay, well, I guess that would explain the AIDS.
Yeah, and
that makes sense.
As we know, it's been discussed recently in the media. Trump may have sucked off old Bubba, and there's some emails. Do you have the photograph of him giving him the sloppy toppy or whatever the case may be? So
do I have that photo? No, I do not have that photo.
No, that was I think it was Epstein's brother inquired to.
He was asking for the photo. I just remember something. I didn't read that. I just heard in the news. It just blew up like a week ago about Trump blowing Bubba and all of that.
Yeah, I think he was reaching out to like fucking Vladimir Putin. I can't remember. Exactly.
How does that get? This is what was a little odd to me with that story was okay. I mean, there's a lot of incriminating photos of me out there. Um, but how does your brother or whoever get a picture like that? And why would he have that? That's what's
Well,
weird to me is how he ended up with that.
so that is a good question, and the idea being that blackmail is the currency of the elite, and it's fair to say if you got deep pockets or a certain degree of influence, you may do your best to get your hands on certain information so you can swing influence in certain areas of the world.
Should I tell him about the story I told you about with me and the incriminating picture of me?
Oh,
The
this
one
is
my roommate took.
oh no, yeah, to keep that. You might want to keep that one to yourself. That was some wild shit. You're a you're a funny guy, my friend. Let's let's move on for this for the sake of the conversation. We can maybe save that for the after chat, or you could tell Slavin
Maybe
you're on.
I'll nuke my channel by having that
About to
picture
say
posted. I'll
you want
just
to fucking make that your avatar. Um, so Trump's deeply involved in the Jewish community. He's got Roy Cohn, a man involved with the Italian mafia and organized crime in New York. For many who know, the Italians run a lot of the construction that goes on in New York City, particularly during the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and some of the concrete companies, and then if you're building skyscrapers, there's a lot of concrete um, that needs to be procured. So you're doing business with these people. So uh, the Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue, unlike many buildings which are built um, in New York, it wasn't built with like conventional steel framed approach. It was Trump opted for ready mix concrete. So, as stated, this sector was monopolized by the Salerno and Castellano uh, families at the time. So, he uh, he actually purchased this concrete at significantly inflated prices. And an investigative journalist by the name of David K. Johnson points out that this arrangement uh, ensured a disruption-free construction process by working with the unions, which are also controlled by the Italian mafia out there in that neck of the woods.
dude, I
So
fucking hate unions.
they have their place, but
No, they don't. Fuck them.
at the top there's usually a Jew. So um, I could get into a digression having worked at UPS for a little bit, but I won't. Um, I was in a supervisor capacity, and the supervisors are not unions, but all the hourly employees are. So it creates an interesting dynamic. But so allegations surfaced, including from a former employee of Cone, about the direct meeting between Trump and the Salernos at Cone's townhouse. Um, The Salernos were subsequently indicted on racketeering charges related to an $8 million concrete deal for a Trump development project. Um, so it's clear to see that Trump was moving in circles through his influence and mentorship from Roy Cohn, which involved organized crime and the mob-controlled concrete industry. Uh, and the construction industry, which is facilitated by the Italian mob out there. So Ivana Trump, his former wife, um, her surname is original surname is Zelnicek, and it's similar to Zelnik, another common Jewish name. Um, can sometimes be spelled Selznick, but there's a Hollywood producer, similar name. He spells it with the SEL. And as stated, Ivanka, his daughter, married Kushner, who you stated is a godson of old Netanyahu. So nearly at every layer of the Trump family, from his grandfather doing business deals with Jews in the Klondike, to his father donating property, dying at a Jewish hospital, and Trump himself, and now his children. There's deep Jewish connections. So one may surmise that, based on this information, that Trump's a crypto Jew, and as we know, is the father of Operation Warp Speed, which we'll get into in a little bit. So Roy Cohn, his mentor, there's reason to believe that he was the man who preceded Jeffrey Epstein in the sex trafficking of minors, and was involved in said behavior starting as early as the 1950s. And he was involved with some other mob figures, such as Louis Rosenstiel, and this network may or may not have been connected to Meyer Lansky and the Jewish mob. So these people moved in circles that involved, politicians, lobbyists, and other associated fixers, working with the FBI and intelligence services. So there's alleged connections between Cohn and the Iran-Contra scandal, and it's known by people who have looked into it. Reagan officials and associates trafficked minors for sexual exploitation and blackmail. Specific rings mentioned include Craig Spence's Callboy ring, Larry King's Franklin child sex and murder ring, for those who have looked into the Franklin scandal. And there's also the Covenant House scandal, which has been exposed, which occurred, at least its exposure in the late 1980s.
Before we even started, I was telling you that you kind of look like Grizzly Adams if he went on Omegle and talked to young boys.
You son of a bitch. Yeah, my hair is getting kind of long, and my beard's been long, but it's only getting longer. So,
Well, maybe you have a future job.
well, as long as I'm getting paid just for keeping a beard, I wouldn't be against it, as long as it doesn't involve young boys and girls. I mean,
well, it sounds like a couple of these politicians keep a beard.
as do rabbis, but I will not be associated with the like. But
No, a beard like as a wife.
oh yeah, you're not wrong. What is it? Old Rockefeller. What was her the wife's name? Oh, just looks like a dude. And that's actually a frequent thing that we see in royalty. Often there's like these figures who are it's usually male to female transgender. Um, not often um female to male, but you see it quite a bit. And what was his name? I believe it was the Rockefeller family. Uh,
It's funny because like male to female transsexuals, they seem to move up the social ladder pretty well. But it seems like all the female to male transsexuals all end up making my coffee in the morning, is what it seems like.
yeah, it's something about keeping that dick. They, you know, they
You might have a
maybe it's that
point there.
these some maybe some of these dudes like sucking off a dude or like getting pegged by a dude or whatever the case may be. So they like keeping these particular individuals around, and they're used for such purposes like old Barack and Michelle allegedly and her swinging dick, which can be seen on the Ellen DeGeneres show. But
So far we've come up with a couple of jobs in case anybody's looking right now.
there's no job search in my future at the moment. I'm happy with what I'm doing. But yeah, so Roy Cohen's got a connection to the Reagan administration, and CIA fronts, including the Contras, and some of the background and connections um, between Cohn, which are documented by the FBI, is that he was disbarred in 1986, and stated he had died of AIDS that year. Um, he was a fixer with ties to organized crime, media, celebrities, politicians. And he started mentoring Donald Trump at the behest of his father in the mid 70s. So he represented him in a 1973 racial discrimination lawsuit. So Cohn's favorite bank,
Wait, who's racial discrimination?
uh, Trump's racial discrimination, something associated with um, his rental properties, from what I gather.
Well, he won an award from the NAACP.
Well, it's funny you say the NAACP. For those who may or may not know it, in its infancy and it's at the beginning of its organization and founding, uh, they had Jews at the head of the organization.
Like Sammy Davis Jr.
I wouldn't be surprised if you had some deep Jewish connections as well. He ran in some of those circles and operated in Vegas like Sinatra. And
Who, by the way, I just learned, not to go off on too much of a tangent, but since you brought it up, I just learned that Frank Sinatra converted to Satanism and then Judaism relatively close.
subsequently, yeah.
Yeah.
So again, as I've stated in previous episodes, Judaism and Satanism are like this. They're basically one and the same. I'm of the belief that Judaism is Satanism. It's masked as
I just want to say one more thing, since
please.
before we interrupt you again, because I've been puzzling, or uh, fuck, I've been messing around with this thought that like when we first started doing this talk, it was like we were trying to identify who these people are, because I asked you, like, I remember asking you, so you don't hate Jews, it's more of the fact that these people claim to be Jews and aren't the real Jews from the Bible. And I've been thinking about how they there's no cult. They don't really have like an organized like set of beliefs because
Aside from Satanism, yeah, that would be
yeah,
the
because you try to identify what a Jew is today, and there's like multiple different things. There's the Orthodox, there's all the different sects, and then there's like the secular, and then there's like the atheist, and like just all these different groups that like say it's a racial thing, it's a religious thing, it's a way of life. And I thought about it and I was like, I wonder if these are just all the people that like the reason that they all come together and become a problem is that the thing that they have in common is they've all just been what society rejects. And that's really just the core belief of just why they're so diverse, but also so universally hated by many groups of the world.
well, they like like the fallen angels discussed in the book of Enoch, they bind themselves by mutual imprecations, and they are often involved in depravity in some form or another, and usually involving pedophilia, child rape. They're often, uh, you know, fans of adrenochrome, drinking blood, and so, like one of the threads of continuity tends to be that outwardly they're of one faith or the other, but in truth and in practice behind closed doors, they are Satanists. So that tends to be the underlying theme. So whether Catholic and outwardly Italian, or Jewish and outwardly Orthodox, atheist, or whatever the case may be, um, they're they're usually satanic in in their true beliefs. So their their allegiances are to Lucifer, like Freemasons, as discussed in previous episodes, and as I'd stated, Freemasonry is a Jewish institution. And before we digress any further, um, just wanted to briefly gloss over Cohn and his connections to celebrities like Andy Warhol, and his garbage art that was propped up by the Jewish media and portrayed as avant-garde and cutting edge. He fucking paints a Campbell soup can. Um, just propaganda nonsense. He had Calvin Klein in his circle, a gentleman by the name of Joey Adams, who I'm not familiar with, and politicians such as Abraham Beam, former New York mayor, and good old Chuck Schumer, who's gone on to be a career politician, who at the time was an assemblyman from Brooklyn and went on to be a senator. So in 1979, Margaret Trudeau, mother of Canadian Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, attended Cohn's birthday party. Cohn was the lawyer for Studio 54 owners Steve Rubel and Ian Schrager.
Yeah, the one person she didn't fuck because he was gay.
Yeah, but she was getting dicked down by everyone else at the party, I'm sure. And as we know, it has been stated that good old Trudeau was the son of Fidel Castro and looks nothing like his father, and does bear quite a resemblance to the former leader from Cuba. So For those who don't know, or most of you, if anyone who's listening probably does, Studio 54 was, a hedonistic uh, club in the 70s, uh, where people, including Drew Barrymore, who was like, I don't know,
13.
was she 13 at the time when she was attending there doing coke and probably blowing off fucking some of
Yeah,
these dudes?
along with the other girls that what's his name? The Led Zeppelin guys, it's not a roadie, a groupie. That the girl that was banging Led Zeppelin and David Bowie and some other famous people, I
Oh, I'm not
believe.
familiar with the gal's name, but yeah, there's quite a bit of that. They're
Was a
like,
famous like little girl groupie that was like 13.
they probably wrote songs about her and stuff. Um, yeah. So while we're on the subject, Cone, we'll just continue with this thread. He had deep media ties. He was close friends with Barbara Walters, and he called her his fiance. And I don't know if she was introduced to the U.S. Information and Agency, Chadwick. Just in my notes, um, uh, Cohn had ties to Abe Rosenthal, the New York Times executive director. I'm sorry, executive editor. Beg your pardon. William Safir, New York Times columnist. George Sokolsky, the New York Herald Tribune, NBC and ABC. Rupert Murdoch, who would go on to found Fox News. If I'm not mistaken, Australian, some say a Jew. And their friendship began via mutual support of Israel. And Murdoch also owned at one time, I don't know if he still currently does, the New York Post. And Cohn had a relationship with Cy Newhouse Jr., who oversaw Vanity Fair, Vogue, GQ, uh, The New Yorker, and they were high school friends. Was tied to Generoso Pope Jr. of the National Enquirer, was the owner, and another high school friend. So there's deep media ties, and including Richard Berlin of the Hearst Corporation, um, the owner, eventual owner, and another high school friend. And then we get into Mort Zuckerman, another media mogul who later befriended Epstein, and William Buckley of the National Review and Firing Line, who received the 1966 medal from Cohn's American Jewish League Against Communism,
That's kind
alongside.
of redundant or ironic, I mean.
Yeah, well, what they often do is they outwardly condemn these things while at the same time propping them up. So it's actually quite common. I forget the gentleman's name who was from the Confederacy. He was the number two in the Confederate. I don't know if it was Army at the time or their their presidency during the war. Like the number two and the number three were Jews, and they had deep ties to a family from St. Thomas who had come from old Sephardic Jewish lineage, and this goes back to the Marranos and the Sephardic Jews that left Spain in 1492 and ended up in the Caribbean. Jews were heavily involved in the sugar trade, and
Well, that's
yeah,
what
that
that's where socialism came from. Was some guy um, in Jamaica observing Jamaican slaves, and his commentary was that uh, basically looking at how happy these people were to be working and being on an island, but they had family, and that was basically the roots of socialism. I forgot the guy's name because there's another person with the same exact name, and when you Google it, they they don't bring him up.
that's like a common thing Jews like to do. For instance, the word Holocaust, as I've discussed in previous episodes, prior to the Holocaust of the 40s, was associated with the ancient Canaanite and Jewish practice of ritual child sacrifice by fire. Should you look it up in the Oxford English Dictionary, Holocaust um, was originally a sacrificial god to a fire. I mean, a sacrificial offering to a god by fire, consumed whole, and that's associated with Jews burning children to Moloch, which can be found in Acts 7:43 and Amos 5:26, and was the reason for their expulsion um, and being cast away from the land of Israel by God.
While
Uh,
we're on that topic, because we're kind of our thing, well, at least what I thought was our topic was the COVID and the Jewish element in that, and then we're talking about the sacrificing children. So I had actually one really made me tear up when I remembered it because I was going through my archives of COVID stuff, and this first one here is this poor girl. Uh, she got this Anastasia M. Weaver, 2016 to 2023 is how long she stayed alive. She got COVID booster, and the side effects got worse and worse by the day. And she ended up dying at the age of 6 years old um, due to this thing that was implemented by Trump. And then there's another one uh, of this other child who this one really is insane. Let's see. Uh, this guy named Mike Moran made a Facebook post, I believe. Friends, wanted to share a bit of gratitude. I just started a new role at Johnson & Johnson as director of channel strategy for vaccines. First objective is to support the successful launch of our COVID vaccine, and I'm extremely proud to say to play a small role in this unprecedented challenge. After separating from military service 9 years ago, I've been incredibly fortunate to continue to learn from the world-class mentors and grow within values-driven organization. Grateful in my journey. Hashtag my company. And that was on October 16th of 2020. And then, dear friends and family, it is with great sadness to share that our 10-year-old daughter, Kelsey Moran, passed away unexpectedly 2 nights ago. She suffered a brain injury brought on by a seizure, and the resulting injury was too severe. Kelsey was given the best care, surrounded by loved ones. Jesus Christ, dude. And he worked for Johnson & Johnson. And then we have also another child that was sacrificed. The poster boy for vaccination campaign dies at just 4 years old. This is by the Times of America in November 14th, 2022. this really, like, when I first read that one, because I hadn't seen that image in a long time, and it just really, I just it fucking hurt to look at. And the fact that these people will sacrifice their children,
They'll sacrifice their children. Yes. Yes. R-
and I thought about also when I was bringing these up too, is that one of the things that drove me to Christianity was understanding the idea that, like, kind of coping with betrayal, and seeing that, like, one of the main theory or uh, ideas in the Bible was that, like, a lot of, like, the closest people to you will betray you. And then I started to think about how, like,
Et tu, Brute?
yeah, and then I started to think about how, like, not only that, but these people, there's a warning of ancient times of, like, them sacrificing their kid, their, giving their greatest child to the fire,
Yeah.
or to death.
And that's actually something we see as a common motif amongst celebrities and people who become quite influential. They often have a death in the family that has dubious circumstances, uh, i.e., Thomas Massey and his wife. You know, some would say it was just a medical illness. Again, these are mere speculations,
It just so
and
happened to be that he was criticizing Israel.
yeah, and that's an interesting thing. I mean, was it that he was just kind of small time and he was willing to play ball, so he maybe, this is again wild theories and speculation, you know, helped her get some turbo cancer or whatever the case may be, or you know, what was her name?
Susan
Carolyn
Wojcicki.
was. Yep, there we go. So we often see the ability for people to develop rapid onset, um, debilitating fatal illnesses in a short period of time. I don't know if they're being bombarded with radio microwave frequencies, being poisoned through their food, or they're you know injected by you know invisible ninjas in the night while they sleep. It's hard to say what exactly goes down that helps them develop these sudden illnesses and their eventual subsequent passing. But it's not very rare. It's actually quite common and something we see pretty frequently.
Well, this guy, and then speaking of, other people that sacrifice themselves as well, there's another image I brought up of this guy named Chris Tacox, and he got his second shot of Moderna vaccine today. That was April 30th of 2021. Feeling so thankful for all the people that made that possible. It's been a rough year for everyone. Um, and then on September 7th of 2021, he says, please get vaccinated. Please don't take the sheep medication. And then posted a picture of ivermectin. And then on May 26, 2023, unexpectedly passed away in his sleep. And it's just like so many of these people, it's fine if you go out like that, but these poor kids that you fucking sacrifice uh to that, is really disgusting.
And I think that's one of the things that's not discussed often enough, that these people are quite comfortable sacrificing their own children, their own family members, if it means um, getting propelled to the top of certain circles, whether it be for power, but it's often for wealth, and by doing so, they position their family as someone who's willing to play ball, and their children will go on to be actors and actresses, people like or musicians, people like Jim Morrison's father, who was the Navy admiral involved in the Gulf
Gulf
of
of
Tonkin
Tonkin.
false flag. Yeah, it's a common theme.
It's
Uh,
sorry,
no, go
Slav
ahead.
was bringing up. Are we aware of how there's already been a death that has been from the red meat after getting the red meat allergy for the lone
Yeah,
tick? And
yeah.
I actually had this image pulled up for this because, well, one, I tried to send this to Robbie Bernstein probably 3 years ago, and I was trying to alert him to this about the Lone Star Tick and them creating stuff, and he never responded to it. And then I heard him maybe couple of months ago finally start talking about it. And this is Bill Gates, rich nations should shift entirely to synthetic beef, and that is an article in February 14th, 2021. And then we have the articles about the Zika conspiracy theories, and then the mosquitoes, and then the tick bite could make you allergic to meat and it's spreading, and
So,
then the
in my
American.
opinion, yeah, these ticks are weaponized. They're whether genetically engineered or created in a laboratory. Um, they created a population of ticks that are giving people an allergy to meat.
Eat. It's also funny too. Is Slav is saying I brought it up to Robbie, but he doesn't like my criticism of usury. I was actually listening to Robbie the Fire, or Robbie Bernstein, about 4 days ago, and I was in the comments section looking, and somebody's like, "It's so funny how uh, Robbie will read all these comments about about anti-Semitism and just being anti-Semitic." And then the first thing that came to my mind was Slav. And then later in the episode, all I hear is him just reading Slav's comments.
That's so great. You're the best, Slav. Hey, keep up the good work, my guy. You're everywhere, dude. It makes me smile when I hear things like that. Slav is an absolute menace of the highest degree, and I love it. Um, he's doing good things. Yeah. So this is a thing that they're doing. If they can't get you to take the vaccine. Uh, they can't persuade you with hamburgers or you know a free rub and tug if you live in the Netherlands. Um, what they'll do is they'll put it in the food. They'll
Or a
put it in,
mosquito.
yeah, in a mosquito. And then for those who doubt the idea that there's a Jewish connection between all these individuals and at every turn you may make,
You know what's
you know,
more embarrassing? I'm sorry, I'll let you
no,
go.
please.
But what's more embarrassing, because you were talking about the Netherlands giving rub and tugs to get the COVID vaccination. You know what they did here? They offered donuts and hot dogs.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. There's that one politician who's like, eat like well, they'll give you like a I think it was like a Shake Shack hamburger or something like that.
No, they gave us donuts and hot dogs or corn dogs. That's what they give Americans. Just
Yeah, and there was also like a burger incentive, and the guy's on camera, and he's like, "So does this come with fries?" And he's eating some French fries and grubbing on a burger, and you know, I was hanging with a gentleman. This is a digression. Not this weekend, the previous. Met him at the pub watching soccer, and him his wife and their friend wanted to continue hanging out after the game ended, so we went and played some pool, and then we went back to his house. He had a little man cave, and we drank some beers and shit.
Man,
But
god damn it. This is if it was I was in the story, this that would have ended a lot differently.
yeah, well, I didn't want to bang his wife or the friend. The friend was kind of a, I mean,
It's not about wanting to.
I mean, there was the opportunity. Don't get me wrong.
It's being driven to.
No, I was more than capable should I have chosen, but uh, they got vaccinated. Okay, they were like they took a trip to Hawaii because they wanted to travel, and the old peer pressure of I don't know if it was the hotel or whatever the resort that they were
It's
staying
the
at.
cruise ship.
No, they said it was a resort or something of
Oh.
nature. But long story short, they ended up taking the jab, and the gal, um, and him were trying to have a kid over the past few years, and she can't get pregnant, and the only time she did, she lost a child. So there's reason to believe that there's um something within the jab that also causes infertility in women.
My wife was actually talking to me about that. That there's a lot more women having
Miscarriages and
miscarriages.
stillborns. Yeah, yeah, as a result of the vaccination. So it's population control, and for those who aren't aware of Bill Gates's family history, his father was on the board of Planned Parenthood. Um, if
Fuck,
you
I
look
was
up,
I was actually trying to. I almost put it in here, but I didn't think we were gonna have time. I don't know if you're going where I'm thinking you're going about that program where they were incentivizing all like the listed itemized event of ideas of how to keep population down.
yeah, it's population control.
No, but it's a
Yeah.
certain memo.
Oh,
I'm
is
trying to
that?
bring it up right now.
I don't think that's Agenda 2030. That might be Agenda 2050.
No, this is
Uh,
way earlier.
well, there. What's the name of the report? Fuck, off the top of my head, I can't think of it. But I sent it to my boss. But the idea is they're talking about like millions and millions of of people not being included in future censuses. That there's going to be like a 13% decline in the British population, a 25% decline in this population, and they list it by country. And fuck, I wish I could remember the name
Oh,
of it right now.
I found the memo of this.
Let me see if I can look up the name of the damn report while you're doing that.
There we go. This thing. Let me see if I can find it on the bottom here. This is by Jake Ravlish, Blake, and Ridley. It's the Jaffe memo. That's what it's called. If you look up the Jaffe memo, and their population control measures are under social constraints, economic deterrence, incentives, social controls, and measures predicated on existing motivation to prevent unwanted pregnancy. And so it's all itemized in here under the Jaffe memo of population control. And it's definitely a real thing. If you go on Wikipedia, they'll say it's like been debunked, but then also say that it's there, and it was like it's not proven that he wrote this. They'll have some kind of like some little lawyer talk of how it's not real. But if you look up the Jaffe memo, you can find this.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I don't want to take you away too far
No,
from
no.
what you were talking
You're-
about.
you're good because it ties into what we're discussing, and the idea is that we're gonna start leaning more in towards the jab with this conversation as it's naturally traveled in this direction. Um, being we had brought up vaccines and Bill Gates and his uh, his father's affiliation and role in Planned Parenthood and eugenics.
YouTube's gonna love this, by the way, talking
Oh,
about
this is
all
gonna
of,
this
all of the
episode.
things.
It's got everything. It's got the Jews. It's got it's got the Jack scene.
Just
It's
wait till
got
I get the images of the Ukraine bio labs and,
oh yeah
and the connections to that.
oh yeah, and I got the slide which covers all the individuals from CDC, Pfizer, Moderna, and the number of Jews involved in the COVID hoax.
Yeah, this
So
image. I brought it up on here.
nice, nice. Yeah, so I mean, the eugenics is a big part of this global plan. Whether it's through making the women infertile or just outright, you know, kidnapping and killing kids uh, at a high rate. These wicked crypto Jews, whether it be Donald Trump or Bill Gates, who happens to be outwardly a Protestant Christian and never publicly identified as Jewish. He claims his ancestry is primarily English, German, and Scotch Irish. Um, on his father's side, there is a connection to the Jays through his mother, specifically through her father, John Maxwell, who was a Sephardic Jew from Italy and Greece. So to state that these people aren't Jews just because they're outwardly in appearance not is often misleading or just lacking on the part of the individual who's uh, being skeptical. It's just lacking intelligence or understanding of how the Jew operates. So yeah, to get back into kind of the meat and bones of things, we could skim past Cohen a little bit and start diving into this COVID stuff, but just the idea being that Cohen was involved in blackmail, was running an operation similar to Epstein and Diddy, and had deep connections to the 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 Reagan administration, and even funny enough, uh, Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi arms dealer who Donald Trump purchased his Mossad-esque yacht from, fitted out with blackmail cameras. Um, Mark Rich from the Eilat Ashkelon pipeline, and I forget the name of the
Kirkuk to
organization.
Haifa. What his group was?
Yeah, I forget. You had discussed it that they're more powerful than APAC, and uh, you
Mark Rich wasn't involved. Well, Rich was uh, um,
if I'm
connected
not
to that, but that wasn't his group. That's National Institute for.
well, he was a hedge fund manager in Mossad Asset, and he was happened to be pardoned by Bill Clinton in
Yeah,
2001, and he had involvement with the Mega Group, which had
Mega Group.
members
That's what it was. Yeah.
and Ehud Barak, who was deeply tied to Epstein, and one of his, uh, I think, the most listed individual on the Lolita Express. So yeah, that said, um, we can kind of move past Cone, but yeah, heavily involved in the finance world, organized crime, media, um, connections to the Franklin scandal, and the Covenant House, and yeah.
So just to recap, so far we've learned that the Jews of land, tunnels, um, sexual blackmail, um, and running the media and running the mafia. They control the government. And is there anything else that they don't do?
uh, they don't. No, they do everything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. So in just to get back to Trump, the old, father of the Operation Warp Speed, he was honored with the Tree of Life Award. Uh, Tree of Life, similar to what could be found in Kabbalah. Um, it's a recognition steeped with Zionist ties, and there's a video that I sent you. I don't know if you have it pulled up. It's in the notes right before the 2023 crowning of Trump as the Messiah, which I had discussed maybe about 45 minutes ago. But if you're not going to play the video, we can just move on to Trump being crowned Messiah. Um,
I'm
we
looking
have
for what you're talking about. It's in the notes, you said?
Yeah, there's a link in the notes that you may be able to
July
pull up.
2023, Trump crowned Messiah.
Yeah, right above that is
Oh, okay. There's a
a video I'd sent to your ex, but you may not even have access to that anymore after getting your ex exed.
Yeah. If you did send me something, then I might have to set up a pin because I still haven't done anything with that after
Don't
being
worry
banned.
about it. My bad with the yawning. Um, yeah, so 2023, Trump's crowned Messiah by the Jews. And Rabbi David Katz, the executive director of the Israeli Heritage Foundation, said from the podium, we have great gratitude to this person. And this is a person that doesn't care only for himself, but cares for the entire world, especially for the people in Israel and for Jews in America. And the rabbi goes on to say that he receives blessings from Israel and wishes a long, healthy, and sweet life to the president, his family, and all his friends. And there was about 150 Orthodox Jews uh, who looked on from the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, on July the 10th, as the Israeli Heritage Foundation awarded our current president with the Keter Yerushalayim Award, the crown of Jerusalem, as it translates. And longtime pro-Israel advocate Dr. Joseph Frager, the the executive vice president of the Israeli Heritage Foundation, served as the event MC. And the Israeli Heritage Foundation strives to preserve the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust by the Nazis. The Israeli Heritage Foundation fights anti Semitism day in and day out, and the Israeli Heritage Foundation advocates for the land of Israel, especially in Judea and Samaria, and even more especially for sovereignty in Area C. I'm not sure what Area C is, but it's probably some of the disputed lands they took from the Palestinians. But yeah, so when presented the award, Silver Torah crowned Silver Torah crown encapsulated in a glass box, and with an inscription from Psalm 136:1. And it noted his extraordinary and heroic efforts to help the state of Israel and the Jewish people. And a JNS review of the photos posted on the foundation's website revealed at least two of the members of Congress, Republican Tim Burchett from Tennessee and Josh Breachin, Republican from Oklahoma, were also on hand. And Mort Klein, national president of the Zionist Organization of America, also attended. And Burchett went on to say, it's clear that many in the Orthodox community are very supportive of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is very supportive of them. The U.S.-Israel relationship was never stronger than it was under President Trump. And just more Jewish connections between Trump and the
Judaism.
Jays. Yeah. And there's an image of the crown should you choose to
Yeah, I can put that up here.
present it on the screen. I forget who stated this, but if Trump decided to give this up and go over to Israel, he would be elected prime minister very quickly. The former president noted that he polls 99% in Israel, but only about 26 to 28% among U.S. Jews. Yeah, I should be at 100%, Trump said. And whenever this article was posted, they're calling him former president, but as we know, he's currently holding office. Yeah, he recognized the Golan Heights, Trump, as being a part of Israel. He was the man who moved the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So again, more Jewish ties. And I stated there's a train station that's being built not far from the Western Wall that's going to be named after him. And it's where they plan on making the terminal where they'll be building the third temple. So there's a coin, some Trump Israel commemorative coins. Some are more symbolic, and I think others are actual currency. So there was a limited minting of about 1,000 pure silver coins minted by an Israeli boutique to honor the Trump-Netanyahu partnership. There's dual portraits. These coins feature Donald Trump and Netanyahu, symbolizing their joint legacy in reshaping the Middle East. Some of the historic Jewish milestones he's associated with on these coins are recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital, the Abraham Accord, support for Israeli defense, and Trump's role in hostage negotiations. There's another coin that has Trump and Cyrus in somewhat of a side-by-side. And it was minted by the Mikdash Educational Center, and it places Trump alongside King Cyrus of Persia, who enabled the Jews to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple after freeing them from Babylon. Um, and it's got some biblical association. The coin's modeled after the biblical half shekel, and which is traditionally used to support the temple. So linking Trump's to the rebuilding of the temple, and good old Operation Warp Speed. So
There we go.
this is Trump's baby. He's on the record stating it was the best thing ever, to happen. Um, Pardon all the digressions before we got to this. It's just it can't be stated enough the Jewish connections between these people, whether outwardly Jewish or not. That these people are wolves in sheep's clothing, and they want us dead. And one of the ways they'll go about doing it, given the opportunity, is getting people to volunteer for a vaccination, whether it be to enjoy a trip to Hawaii, or continue working in your particular field. Um, the mandates and things that came to pass all occurred under Donald Trump, and he's completely unapologetic. He's outwardly boisterous when discussing the vaccine, and he's quite clear that he's the man behind it. So it was Operation Warp Speed was a public-private partnership initiated by the United States government to facilitate and accelerate the development, manufacturing, and distribution of COVID-19 vaccinations. So the person who kind of headed it and was appointed by Trump was Monsef Salawi, who was appointed from May 20th to January 2021, and David A. Kessler from January to February 2021. And it was transferred into responsibilities of the White House COVID-19 response team. The program promoted mass production of multiple vaccines, and was initially funded with about $10 billion taxpayer dollars from the CARES Act. CARES Act is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, and it was passed by Congress March of 2020. And it was an interagency program that included components of the Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Food and Drug Administration, the National Institutes of Health, NIH, the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, the Department of Defense, these days known as the Department of War, and public and private partnerships, among other federal agencies, including the Department of Agriculture, Department of Energy, Department of Veterans Affairs. So the head of Pfizer, one of the individuals at the forefront, kind of spearheading the Pfizer jab and subsequent booster shots, is a Greek veterinarian and biotechnologist by the name of Albert Bourla.
Before you go further, you know what's crazy? This guy's name is Albert Bourla, and every time I think about COVID and everything that went on, I keep thinking more and more that Resident Evil was less a video game or a popular series, but actually a
Predictive, pr-
documentary.
yeah, it's predictive programming.
And
It's a revelation of the method.
you got this guy named Albert Wexler. You know, is it Wexler, right? Wex
The
in Resident
fucking
Evil,
oh that just
Wexner,
reminds me of Wexner, the
the
fucking
one tied to
yeah,
Ghislaine
uh,
Maxwell.
Epstein and
Yeah.
Victoria's Secret.
But then you have Wexner, Albert Wexner, right? In fucking Resident Evil, who does almost the same exact shit. And then like it's so comical, the stuff that goes on. And then there was that series, I don't know if you ever saw it on Amazon. I believe it was Amazon or Netflix, that was about a comic book that literally just before this came out, um, was about a disease that just becomes a giant pandemic, and then they start having to like look at this comic book for answers, um, of the predictive programming kind,
Oh
basically.
boy,
And then
it's
it got canceled after one season, right when COVID happened. I think it was called
it,
Utopia.
I'm not necessarily familiar with the comic book or the Amazon show, but I mean,
Wesker. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. Yeah, Albert Wesker. Okay.
yeah, the idea being, man, they gotta they gotta tell you about these things to absolve themselves of the karmic potential karmic repercussions of engaging in these acts. So they tell you what they're doing in their belief system. By telling you what they're doing, they're absolving themselves from any karmic repercussions.
That's actually, as we're talking about um, Pfizer and people giving up their information, um, their to heal their conscience. I'm bringing up a picture of. Do you remember Jordan Walker? Do you remember this guy?
No, I'm
Um,
not familiar with the name.
okay, so uh, Jordan Walker was this guy that got shown on O'Keefe Media or whatever it's called,
Oh,
and
right, right.
he was on record like explaining how they were doing gain of function stuff, and then this was like what I got.
Was he the homosexual who was went on the date with that dude and kind of spilled the beans?
I think so. Is this black guy?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And he ended up like spilling the beans and then losing his shit in the street.
Yeah, that's the one.
It's crazy.
It's something that always comes to light, whether by them uh, telling you directly or eventually it it's presented in the form of exposure by um, means such as, you know, uh, whistleblowers, uh, um, people like Edward Snowden, or you know, hackers. The truth always comes to light. Sometimes it takes time, but the eventual like connection between Jews and the assassination of JFK gets out, and they try and steer the narrative. And when COVID initially kicked off, um, there wasn't an outward Jewish connection. But funny enough, like the Jerusalem Post um, put out an article in what year is this? 2020, in May of 2020, that 1 in 5 English people believe that Jews created COVID-19 to collapse the economy for financial gain. Uh, in a newly released study by a team of researchers at the Oxford University, it revealed. So, I mean, it doesn't take long for people to become wise to these things. The fact that 1 in 5 English came to this understanding, as early as May, according to this poll. It's probably even a higher number. All things considered, as we know, they like to skew the data, but
It's an interesting fact too, because I'd say that less than 1 in 5 Brits can actually speak English or tie their shoes.
well, I mean, anyone who's skeptical of the Jew is good in my book, whether they can tie their shoes or not. But yeah, that said, we find ourselves this deep connection between individuals who were responsible for the vaccine and Jews, whether it be CDC director Mandy Cohen, the former CDC director Rochelle Walensky, CDC deputy director and Shukat or Shuchat, um, CDC chief of staff Sherry Berger. Fucking A, man. I mean, I could just go on and on and on.
Yeah, I
And
have an image of all of these people with their face next to it.
And there's the one with the jab and the star of Remphan, but then there's the one with the faces. I mean, and you got Pfizer chief scientist, not just the head of Pfizer. You got the Moderna chief scientist. We got BlackRock, which was helping fund this shit. Um, Chief scientist of the Gamaleya Institute, and Anatoly Alstein. The director of the same institute, Alexander Ginsberg. The chief medical officer from Johnson and Johnson. Chief medical officer from Merck. Executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab, which I'll get into maybe a little bit. I believe he's probably a crypto Jew. Again, a man who's outwardly a Jew. I mean, outwardly not a Jew, but in all practices, actions, and behaviors operates very much like a Jew. So whether satanic, as we had discussed, or a Jew, or Catholic, or a Jew, these people have a great disdain for mankind, very Jewish behavior, and they want us all dead, one way or another.
Well, let's not take it too far, because I have that same belief for a lot of people as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Did you mean to not to hide your face on Zoom?
no, yeah, I was sipping a beer.
Oh, okay.
I need to actually take a sip of water. I'm getting kind of thirsty over here. How long we been going?
2 hours. I mean, I
2
can go
hours.
over some stuff if you need to.
Yeah, if you
sip
want to
something.
kind of jump in and lay down anything you wish to discuss, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. So I was going to discuss. Don't forget to turn off your video, or I can turn it off for you. I'll go ahead and turn off Zoom. Here we go. Okay. So, what I was going to discuss on here was all of the ties to COVID and Ukraine and Zelensky. So one of these right here, and we got them in what you call it in March 9th, 2022. This article, not so fast. Biden gang now says biological labs they said were in Ukraine yesterday do not exist. So they kept denying things after it came out. We've got this image right here of the Americans being donors to starting up bio weapon labs in that's where is this? The Department of Defense USA is a donor. This is a deleted image. That's why at the beginning, when I played the intro, they had a did I delete that image of a of a link not being there anymore, and they deleted all of this stuff. But this was here. They had all the images through these like shell corporations, and the one that they had was Black and Vetch, was a contractor team, but then there was a another group called Biometa that was involved, and I found some other stuff that was interesting related to Biometa. First, I'll put in the image of everything of how that worked. So it started off with at the top, you have the Pentagon Defense Intelligence Agency, and they brought in through the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, through the DTRA office, who came into the DTRO, I believe is what they called it. And Joanna, I can't see that right there, Miles Dudley and Joanna Weitrel through the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. And then they contracted it out to Black and Veatch and Metabiota, who then headed it off through equipment into biological laboratories in Ukraine. And it was financing through International HIV, AIDS, and Tuberculosis Institute. The head is, can't read that right there, something Perlman.
Jewish
and then
name.
they have the Science and Technology Center in Ukraine. The head is Curtis Biagic. And then all of these sites where they were biological laboratories in Ukraine, you've got Kharkiv, Luhansk, Kiev, Odessa, I don't know how to, Lviv, Vinnytsia, Kherson, Ternopil, Dnepr, and I don't know, Uzhhorod. I don't know how you pronounce that one. But then if you look at this old Twitter thread that got archived, you can see the bombings that Russia did. Why is it not expanding? The bombings that Russia did, the map of Russian missile strikes against Ukrainian targets, all military airports are apparently destroyed. And then if you look down here, you can see how they're coinciding with U.S. biolabs in Ukraine.
So I have a theory on that, actually, if I may interject.
You may not.
So I believe this is a cover up because it was being exposed that these biolabs existed.
Okay.
And so what they did was, rather than have full investigations go into what transpired at these locations, um, part of the purpose of the Ukraine war is to, throw Christians into the the meat grinder and have them slaughtered. But it's a war perpetrated and propped up by technically three Jews: the Donald Trump, Zelensky, and Vladimir Putin, and that the purpose of these bombings is to cover up this gain of function research that was being conducted there. Not necessarily that Russia is the good guy, and trying to eliminate these biolabs for the purpose of putting an end to this these heinous acts which are occurring under the guise of science, but to cover them up.
Well, I think they don't let an opportunity go to waste. So one of the things that I've heard is that it's not just one thing. When they go and design one of these programs, they go and do a bunch of them. So they go and basically everybody gets together. And so like in here, there's a thread that I'm showing right here by a person named @warclandestine, and it's archived. I'll show the link for the archive link. But post number 5 is the U.S. led by Obama passed the Nunn-Lugar Cooperative Threat Reduction Act of 2005. The U.S. took over former Soviet labs and facilities supposedly to destroy stockpiles of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons in Ukraine. And there's I don't have it on here, but there's a famous picture of Obama walking through a warehouse with a bunch of empty shells and then a bunch of munitions. Post 6, Obama opened the floodgates for the deep state, created biological weapons programs with the Ukrainian government, and established connections for the U.S. oligarchs to build biolab companies in the lawless land of Ukraine. Companies like Biden's Metabiota. And then he shows a little picture of Metabiota. One thing that's interesting too is we remember how Trump originally got what was it, the thing with Ukraine, where they were going after him for
Burisma.
Yeah, all of that. And when it was all Biden's shit, there's an email right here from Mary Gutierrez, Memo Ukraine Science. This is to Robert Biden, and it CC's Eric Schwerin. This is April 3rd. I'm assuming this is 2019. It's a picture that's taken of an email, and it says, "Hi, Hunter. I hope you enjoyed a smooth flight across the pond and that this finds you and your wife enjoying a wonderful Friday in beautiful Lake Como. Thanks so much for taking time out of your intense schedule to meet with Kathy and I on Tuesday. We very much enjoyed our discussion. As promised, I've prepared the attached memo, which provides an overview of Metabiota, our engagement in Ukraine, and how we can potentially leverage our team networks and concepts to assert Ukraine's cultural and economic independence from Russia and continued integration into Western society. The PDF comprises English and Ukrainian versions of the document. Please let me know if you have any questions or require clarification. We look forward to hearing the outcome of your discussion on this topic. Wishing you successful meetings and a great visit. Best regards, Mary." And she is a vice president of science and technology administration. And then just shows her contact information there. And then that was the reference in the PDF that she was talking about was what I showed originally here. This is just one page of it that they were getting funding from the U.S. to go in once they took over those biolabs that were formerly in Russian control. And let's see, they also had this was Roy, uh, Senator Roy Lee, when he was pushing for answers from the Project Veritas Pfizer Sting video about
That's
that.
the O'Keefe company,
Yeah,
Project
yeah.
Veritas.
That he, I guess, got back control of. And that's the article there, part of the press release. You can look at that. If you look it up on Yandex, it's a little easier to find.
Use Yandex, folks. Great,
And
great shit.
then
Use Yandex.
there is more about this guy. So we're going back to the Jewish ties. So that clandestine war guy, he, after making this thread about this, the people that can see this image, I mean, you don't even have to see the guy's name or know if he, I mean, it's every single time when you look at this, but his 21st post about this: left-wing media darling January 6th committee witness at NBC, at CNN, at Washington Post, New York Times, and NPR contributor Mike Rothschild. He decided to make it racist and say that I'm a loser white guy in MAGA country after exposing this. And there's a picture of Mike Rothschild, and he's exactly what you think. And then
fucking Rothschild. I mean, for Christ's sakes.
And then Vice took the liberty of calling all his old employers and told the world his humble work history on his LinkedIn account after he exposed all of these connections to the Ukrainian biolabs. And here's another post by him or is this post by him? No, this is part of that article that I had found. If you want to read this article, there's it's on rfi.fr, and it's in their English International section, US funded. It's a 2022, so it's March 11th, 2022. US funded biolabs in Ukraine at the core of ongoing propaganda war. In the end, Black & Veatch was awarded all contracts for labs mentioned by US Kiev website. Total investment of the 12 facilities mentioned amounts to $21.3 million US dollars. In 2010, the company also completed Ukraine's first biosafety level 3 laboratory under contract with the DTRA in Odessa. This was not mentioned in the U.S. Embassy's website. So that that PDF that I had shown, and with the Americans being the donors, that was off actually the U.S. Embassy's website, which they scrubbed it, made it public, and then scrubbed it again. Much like this right here, where this was off of a PowerPoint that the head of the FDA was giving, and they didn't mean to include this PowerPoint, but you can see down here the FDA's safety surveillance of COVID-19 vaccines, draft working list of possible adverse event outcomes subject to change, and it lists all of the different side effects. And then underneath here it says this screenshot is from a slide presented during an FDA advisory meeting for the vaccine, posted on YouTube. The presenter did not intend for this slide to be made public. He was not able to access his other computer, and a third party was advancing the slides for his presentation. At exactly 2 hours, 33 minutes, 40 seconds, he accidentally lets it flash on the screen. It is only visible for less than a second. If you wish to view the video, click sprocket wheel next to CC on the right bottom of the video to change video playback speed to 0.25, so you'll be able to view this as it flashes for less than 1 second. and there's the the link on the bottom. I would guess that this video has been deleted, but that is more proof that these people knew. Same thing here. We're going back to the Jewish Connection. This is a CNN article from in April 11th. President Trump is wrong. This is April 11th, 2020. President Trump is wrong in so many ways about hydrochloroquine studies. Here are the facts by Elizabeth Cohen, a contributor to CNN. And then in July 02 of 2020, she also writes, study finds hydrochloroquine helped coronavirus patients survive better. So she's behind both of those and changing their views on this. These are the same people that were changing Joe Rogan's skin to green. And around the same time on Twitter, you have this lovely individual, Melissa, what's your name? Melissa, it's not actually Melissa
Jewish
Engel. Well, it's a man. And these were the people that were in charge of all of the controlling the narrative. And they always have to have some mentally ill freak like this. That is not a her, that is a him. And
that goes back to the what was that fucking person's name? The CDC.
Levine?
Well, the CDC.
Rachel Levine?
Yeah, I think that might have been it. The
Admiral Levine?
The trans fucking
Well, Melissa
caricature.
Engel was a senior data scientist at Twitter working on civic integrity and political misinformation. As a contract employee, he wrote algorithms that moderated harmful content on Twitter ahead of the US and Brazil elections. Earlier this month, Engel was one of the 4,400 contract staff who lost access to Twitter's internal systems without being notified. Many expect the cuts to the moderation team to have a crippling effect on the health of Twitter. Engel talked to Rest of World on his fears about the porous future of Twitter. That was in 2022. I guess you predicted wrong, but yeah, it's incredible how all of this stuff ties together. You've got, trans, Jewish, COVID warmongers experimenting on your children, and they'll do it to themselves. So don't.
Well, that's one of the things about the trans movement. It's anti-human. It's Satanist. It's fucking Baphomet, the goat with the tits, and the lower half being male.
And also the books that were burned that they never talk about.
Correct.
We're part of a library on
and
trans bullshit.
100%. And the first person to perform said deed in I believe it was Berlin, was a Jewish doctor. You can find things on X and these particular posts by certain Jewish lobbyists, trans rights are Jewish, and there's just this deep connection between Jews and trans, and as we know, the Talmud states that there's 8 genders, and the whole idea of trans itself is just steeped in Judaism. And yeah, they're the cocksuckers pushing this shit. And a moment ago, you were talking about
Before you go, well, I guess you're talking about the funding, but before you say that, since this is on topic, I've got it on the page. If you're interested, you can look up this webarchive.org of all of this PDF that was deleted by the state governments and relating to Ukraine and the biolabs. And so go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one of the COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers, one of the largest and most prominent, was Moderna. And prior to uh, their manufacturing of the COVID-19 vaccine, for I think it was 10 years, they operated without successfully putting forth a single drug that made it to market and got past the first stages of trials, but yet they continued to receive funding to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars, and they were one of the first companies to be given uh, a massive amount of funds by the U.S. government to produce the experimental trials and initial vaccine uh, fucking
Research.
research and uh, just vaccines in general. And after that, I think it was 200 million they initially received. They eventually were getting like 2 billion. Like one of the last times I had checked, I I, I don't remember following up much past that to tally the numbers in total, but they received billions and billions of dollars from the US government to prop them up when for 10 years they didn't have a single drug that made it to market.
Yeah. This
So
is
maybe that was a company that was being propped up and positioned for over a fucking decade to be one of the companies that would go on to be kind of the face of the COVID-19 fucking, death jab.
here.
And
Here's also, by the way, I have on here an archive of this Twitter thread right here by War Clandestine. If you need the link, so you can go and look up this Twitter thread. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, you can interrupt me anytime. I'm starting to get a little sleepy over on my end, so I beg your pardon if I'm not as crisp as I was when we started kick this thing off, and I'm uh, at a loss for words at times. So I don't mind you taking the reins a little bit.
Well, yeah. You should have had an extra large coffee and two Smirnoffs to keep going.
Yeah, I had planned on getting a nap. I never did get that nap I had hoped to enjoy. That said, we did eventually get into the meat of bones of things, and pardon if some of this was long winded early on when discussing Trump's Jewish connections, but I just feel it's necessary to lay the groundwork, considering Operation Warp Speed was his baby, and I'm of the belief that every president has something on which they run in the circles and people behind them, depending on the connections that they have in the in the circles that they operate. You know, Trump. I mean, sorry, I beg your pardon. Bush. Let's just say uh, George W. had his connections to Cheney. So with 9/11 came Halliburton and Dick Cheney and the profiteering that came from that. Um, Barack Obama had Obamacare and the health industry and restructuring, how uh, healthcare would be administered in the United States, and uh, more or less bailing out the medical industry. Each president's got their own little thing that they push, and they
So Obama put this in originally. He was the one that originally got us tied into Ukraine, him and Biden.
correct.
And we didn't even talk about Fauci and his original AZT scandal.
Yeah, he was the AIDS guy, dude. He
He,
was
yep, tie that back to Roy Cohn. And there was a long time ago. And it's been deleted now. But there was an interview that Rogan did a long time ago with this guy who says that AIDS was a response to doing drugs, mainly poppers. But then there's also ideas out there that AIDS is a manufactured disease.
sure whether it's something that was created to kill, or it doesn't exist at all, and it's just people who have a compromised immune system from, getting their colon ripped open and administering, high amounts of poison into the body, which results in a low blood cell count, which manifests in the form of an autoimmune deficiency disorder. You know, whether AIDS is real or not, they start pumping folks up with this failed cancer drug AZT, and that's was killing them, not AIDS in general. Yeah, you could say both things are true. It's hard to say that either of them are false, because that would be a fallacy. But I lean towards terrain theory, and I'm not necessarily a virus kind of guy. Um, yeah, for those who don't know, Pasteur on his deathbed was like, "Oh, I was wrong. It's some bullshit," and
Louis
and
Pasteur.
the guy basically behind germ theory. Um, I believe it was Pasteur, if I'm not mistaken. Like on his deathbed, it was like, "Oh, I was wrong," and that the terrain theory guy was right, and he went on to croak, but he denounced all his work in his latter days.
Slav is saying AIDS might have also come from St. Thomas Medical University in Grenada, and that's why America really invaded Grenada and used Cuban communist sympathies as a cover. Eric Watson is saying viruses still have not been isolated. And
Correct.
Slav
The
says
virus has never been isolated.
all the Caribbean medical universities are scams and they give people fast track medical degrees.
Correct.
Yep, that's completely true. I've seen that. The
Same thing with these Indian doctors, and they just they pay to play. They come from rich families. They graduate from this bullshit college in India, and they come over to the United States and kind of get fast tracked into some of these schools, and get a little bit of a leg up on you know retards here that want to be doctors. And yeah, the whole medical industry, goes back to the Rockefellers and the foundation of the American Medical Association, and as we've discussed, the Rockefellers being tied to the Rothschilds, and it's been a Jewish takeover of America for a very long time, and I don't know how far back that fucking Star of Remphan has been on our dollar bill in the form of I think it's like 13 stars above the Great Seal of the United States. But if I'm not mistaken, it goes back to George Washington stating that, oh, this Jewish guy gave me a significant amount of money to help fund the Revolutionary War. So we decided to put it on the Great Seal. I mean, I'm almost of the belief that the formation of America was a Freemasonic Jewish creation, and that one of the reasons they created it is that because they couldn't continue to do what they did uh,
We are
from
a
England.
corporation. America
Well,
is a corporation, just like you can start your own LLC
this
and
goes
be
back to the
absolved.
Virginia. This goes back to the Virginia Company, yeah, and that's a whole nother episode in itself. And dude, I lean towards that school of thought, and that's why we have freedom of religion. Why not make it a fucking Christian nation? Freedom of religion allows fucking Satanism to operate with impunity. Allows Jews to run a fucking muck. I mean, I don't know, man. Uh, the more I dig into these things, I I I just have come to the understanding that it's literally Jews and Satanists versus it's Jews, Muslims, and Satanists against Christians, and you know, I'm hard pressed to be convinced otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it very much ties into everything. Like I was saying, that there's no core beliefs, and it's really just like just whatever the fuck you want it to be. It basically you're just they're everything that society has rejected, and then they became a society because so many societies rejected them, and now it's like I was just watching a video the other day of all the groups online that are like trying to plot the destruction of society, and a lot of them are satanic cults. You know, was it the 764, the nine
Yeah,
angles,
Order of Nine Angles, 764. Yeah,
yeah,
Temple
all
of
of that,
Set. It's all the fucking, it's all satanic.
and you
And
got
I love you, Eric Watson. I know that the idea that Christianity just makes passive, uh, you know, sheeple and cattle who will be led to the slaughter. I'm of the belief that Jesus was fucking militant, and he was flipping over tables, and he manufactured a whip, and went in the temple and started smacking Jews with that shit. And only a gentleman does that. And I don't know.
I do
Uh,
question a lot of times. I do think about you, Eric, and your paganism a lot of times,
I still love the guy.
and I
Still love the
wonder
guy.
sometimes uh, if it's just I don't get it. You know, if I should go my Finn roots in my pagan uh, worshiping Finn roots of whether they were right. You know, like I always try to like just see if I'm wrong. You know, and sometimes some of this stuff is it's interesting how there's a pacifism that but there's just I feel like just the Bible has been corrupted. I feel it like
Yes.
that's what I believe is that the Bible has been corrupted, and it's just such a large complex book that it's like, well, they couldn't destroy all the evidence because then they would just be completely different things. So you can kind of interpret small parts of the Bible and rewrite it to mean something else. But there's overall themes of betrayal and not trusting certain belief like ideas that are hard to wash out of it.
So a gentleman called into it, or not called in. He was one of the hosts, or sorry, guests on Low Value Mail not long ago, and he was stating that Christianity and Jesus was a Roman invention, and he began speaking about and comparing Jesus Christ to Donald Duck. I don't know if you were listening to this episode, but long story short, for the sake of it, um, I won't get into that. But he quoted a particular passage of the Bible. I believe it's found in Mark, and he was talking about being fishers of men, and that is one of the times that particular uh, phrase was used. But if you look at, I believe it's Jeremiah 16, if I'm not mistaken, it also speaks of being fishers of men, and he says, "I will make you fishers of men, and I will send hunters after them, and they will chase them out of the cracks and the holes in the mountains." And he's not talking about fucking some passive shit. He's saying, I will make you hunt these people down and drive them out of the tunnels and the cracks that they hide in. And you will do double unto them that they have done unto you. And he's saying, we're going to fucking kill them all. And that you are going to be my sword. And it it's often debated, you know, the old turn the other cheek, but I'm not of that belief. And I lean towards the idea that there's gonna be a time that comes where, you know, there's a line drawn in the sand and we're going to war.
This
And
is this is one thing that really pissed me off. I remember being in church and I've never forgotten it. Was they were talking about in the Bible, uh, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and that like as a Christian, you have to obey the laws of your land, and that means paying your taxes. And as soon as I heard him say that, I was like, oh, you're a state actor. You may not be getting on their payroll, but you're part of this system to keep us all in line to
right,
be paying our fucking taxes. And who the fuck put that in the Bible to be interpreted as, hey, be a good boy and pay your taxes. Don't
right.
overthrow the government and do as you're told. And more, I got pissed off with my church and looking at the amount of churches around me. And I realized these are just tax havens. They're not anything else but tax havens. It just so happens to be that you guys put 13 different churches on the same road that goes through the main parts of the city that are the most desirable pieces of land after the city starts to develop more and more, that this is going to be sitting there tax free over the years for it to accumulate wealth,
Yep.
and we're paying for it. I mean, it's like it's a government scam, like your own little government scam.
And I'll give Eric that these churches have become corrupted. They're preaching nonsense. In my opinion, the largest one being the Catholic Church, and I believe it was, you know, more or less created, steered, and led by Jews since its inception. I mean, for Christ's sakes, the fucking Pope wears a yarmulke. You know, he wears a a, a headdress, the fish hat, which is associated with the fallen angels, the Watchers, with the fucking Star of Remphan on it. I mean, I can't say enough.
It
I mean,
pisses me off so much. Like, this was when I just fucking started losing it on Twitter and just started becoming more volatile, that like I just let myself get banned. But like this was at the time when Nick Fuentes started like getting popular, and then all these people are like, "Oh man, it's a new coming after um this is what happens when you get rid of Charlie Kirk. This is what you get." And it's like you're pushing Catholicism, these fucking pagan rituals.
dude,
And
Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, both outwardly, oh, I'm just a Catholic who loves Jesus. Bro, you married a fucking Jew, Candace, that dude's father was the head of the the UK fucking uh, Christian Jewish alliance, and he's a former Jew that converted to Christianity at the age of like 35. Nah, bro, you're a fucking Jew masquerading as a Christian. Nick Fuentes is a homosexual giving blowjobs to dudes wearing cat ears, fucking acting like, oh, we gotta be a Nazi and prop these,
And then
you know,
disavows Nazis, but like,
bro. They're LARPers, dude. They're all LARPing.
look at his team. If you like Nick Fuentes, look at all of his team. 3 of them have been caught, like in the news,
Doing diddler
soliciting
shit.
soliciting young kids. They're all Browns. They push white ethno state bullshit, but they're all Browns and look like fucking like chud babies. Just disgusting little pseudo humanoids of the foulest creation. And like, I can't stand Catholics, man. I fucking hate them so much. They have the same motto, as I'm thinking about it, as like, we're the first Christians, we're the true Christians. It's the same bullshit idea of we're the chosen people.
Yep.
Like,
It's
you're the
very Jewish, bro.
same fucking people, and you're all fucking performing rituals and shit. It fucking makes me so goddamn mad. There's a reason that fucking Nick Fuentes is getting pushed now. Like, these
Yes.
and
Speak, brother.
like, I'm so fucking tired of it. Like, for a couple of months, he was like okay, and I hated him from the very fucking beginning when like 4chan kept pushing him, and it made sense afterwards that Pohl, once he was getting pushed, that Pohl had been taken over by Israel and Mossad, and it made more sense then why he was like the darling of Pohl. But
Yep.
most people on there fucking hated him, but there was like these weird sycophants that just love him and this fucking Groiper bullshit. And it's like, yeah, not everything he says is wrong, but then he'll just
Sure.
double speak, because he'll go say one thing and then it'll be like, wait, come on, guys, we can't do this. All right, I'm against hate and I'm against violence, and then he'd be like, I was just joking about. Shut the fuck up.
Well,
Like,
he was one of the cocksuckers at January 6th, standing there saying, "We gotta fucking storm the fucking cat." Dude, he's on film saying, go in that building,
him and Elijah Schaefer, I fucking can't stand that little fruitcake lisp fucker. I hate him so much. I can't stand them. They're just controlled opposition.
Yep.
Like, what happens is, they're good on a couple of things, and then they start leading you back to being, being a good little goyim.
Dude, it's Alex Jones, who goes hard on certain things, but when it comes to Israel, he fucking toes the line. He'll name these perpetrators, but he'll call them globalists, or other things. The dude was married to a fucking Jew for I don't know how long. His basically his son's a Jew, because we all know, if you got a Jewish mother, you're a fucking Jew. And when I was in the JQ circle and I was doing calls with them on Twitter and getting into those spaces, the moment I brought up the idea that because they had Alex Jones' son on, that Alex Jones is controlled op, Hitler was a controlled op, and I tried discussing some of the things that he did, which we covered in, I don't know, episode 8, World War II, The Rise of Hitler, like releasing Baron Rothschild to the Rothschild family after arresting him and receiving $20 million for doing so, rebuilding a synagogue that had been bombed by his troops, ordering that Jews not be attacked on the night of the Kristallnacht. And he sent out Hess to ensure that certain Jewish businesses were protected, sending the Jews far away from the war to Polish summer camps, complete with maternity wards, orchestras, fucking theaters.
Do you,
What,
you want to know something funny?
go ahead.
So you started to mention uh, the the hunters going out and hunting
Yeah,
people
yeah. Fishers of men, hunt them from the cracks, and
and talking about
100%
Bible doublespeak. Do you know who the Gestapo was made of?
fucking shit ton of Jews and faggots. No,
But hunters.
I didn't know that.
A lot of the because they were like that was the leftovers from the you were either in the SS or the Gestapo, and the Gestapo and SS hated each other, but the Gestapo was made of a lot of hunters and then a lot of like uh pedophiles and gays. It
Well,
was
yeah,
all
and
of the
that's
leftovers.
is that not interesting? You know, he's got an entire like arm of the fucking their intelligence and police force. Police there in Germany who are just rife with pedophiles, homosexuals, and the number of Jews who were officers in his fucking army is astronomical.
What's his name? The head of the Luftwaffe. He it's not Goring, was it? Was it Goring, the fat fuck?
Uh,
He was minister of forestry. He was the head. He was a fighter um,
some
plane.
say Goring was a lot more
So
involved than they let on.
he had a Jewish father. That he was a bastard son of a Jewish father. I want to say it was him, and he had like very big ties. But I don't want to. Before I go further with that, Eric had a banger of a comment of we were talking about Fuentes and his plastic plant says it all, and that really is a good metaphor for Fuentes. Is he's a plastic plant, and it's funny
Yeah,
that he's surrounded by plastic plants. It's like
surrounded by
little
plastic plants. Yeah, well said,
symbolism.
Eric. Dude,
Um,
it is. It symbolizes exactly who these people are, bro. You can't fucking just get a real plant. Keep that thing alive.
well,
If
he
it
couldn't
dies,
keep his
just
bunny alive, so
exactly, dude. These dudes are fake as the fucking polyethylene shit, green painted fucking garbage that he surrounds himself with. It it boils my blood. I don't know how many folks we got listening right now, but if we were wrong in steering the narrative on behalf of the Jew, this channel would have fucking 20,000 followers already, and we'd be in the algo,
well, I
but
know
we're
for a
not,
fact that
bro.
my channel, like even my wife will tell me, like she'll be in the other rooms, like, yeah, I didn't get any notifications for anything. I'll look at my views, like I can look at my views from the point of view that you guys see it, and then I can look at the point of view of the views that I got during things, and it's like, oh, they're hiding views on top of that. They hide likes. So at the very minimum, they always
Bro, they're
hide
hiding
one like from the video.
they're
So
hiding episodes I've pulled up. I've had people tell me, "Hey, I can't find episode 4." I pulled up a coworker's phone who wanted to look at the podcast, and I clicked on the live, and when I click on the live on your channel, there's the list of all the videos. But when I did it through him, zero, nothing,
yeah.
not a single fucking video.
So I'll be
So
wondering, like sometimes I'll get like a bunch of you guys watching, and then some nights I'll be like, that's weird. Nobody's here, and it's like I just figured somebody would be watching, and then I'll see like my subscriber count. Like if I make a spicy video, it'll go down, and maybe I'm just being um unattractive to an audience, but like it'll go down, and then I'll make a video that's more like um favorable to the algorithm, and then my subscriber count will go back up. um just like
brother,
it's
every
weird.
time I tell someone about your channel and what it is we do, they say, oh, let me look it up. I say it's the Dylan Farnham with not the one with the star. I used to say it's the one with the guy with the tits, but I can't say that anymore. I said now it's the guy with the white shirt and tie on, and they'll show me. They'll be like, oh, is that it? And then I hit the subscribe button on their phone, bro. I do it myself. Like I fucking physically do it. So I've you know we I've helped it grow just a little bit. You know, you hit 500 not long ago. You think you're at 525 right now, last I saw. But you know, inch by inch, we're gonna build this shit. More people are gonna know about it. I tell everyone about what I do. Uh, I'm not afraid to get this information out, and it's not. I'm saying fuck the Zionists and fuck Israel, fuck the Jews, bro. Like, you know,
I every day, like I try to start, I've said this a million times. I try to start new every single day, and I just can't even get through 5 minutes of being like, I'll be doing something and I'm like, God damn it, Jews. God damn it, black people. Can you just give me a fucking break? Like I don't want to hate you. I just don't want you to bother me. Why can't I just be left the fuck alone? Why can't I have your negative influence like dragging me down? You don't see me coming to your fucking job and knocking the broom out of your fucking ass. Like, it just leave me the fuck alone, you know?
yeah. I mean, I I wholeheartedly understand, and I wish I could go a day without you know cursing the Jew, as we've said, it's not all of them. Like with the blacks, I mean, there's probably some good ones here or there. You know,
It,
like
it
Danny allows us to have these conversations. He lets us call in and discuss them,
or
and
Slav talking to Robbie, and
yeah,
then
and we got Slav. I don't know. I don't even consider the man a Jew. You know, I don't. I don't.
Robbie tried to do, I don't know if you remember this, but Robbie showed up on the bathhouse a while ago, and it's like several weeks before that, he did an episode on like trying to disprove like the bad parts of the Talmud, and he did an hour, and about like halfway through, he's like reading through the Talmud and stuff, and just making the arguments, and he's like, this is kind of not helping my case. I
Yeah,
remember
you
when he
can't.
came on, I was like, can you do another episode of that? Giving him a hard time.
It's beautiful.
It was so fucking funny. And then just like we have like it, but Robbie and like Danny, when you tell them these things that they just can't get over the fact because it's their ingrained heritage that
Sure.
they cannot just, understand that it's like, it's not you. All right. This is not a
Yeah,
criticism of you.
exactly.
This is a criticism of a group that you've been placed into that you shouldn't feel an obligation to be part of, you know?
Well,
Uh,
it's the same for me as like as someone who's a quarter Italian. If we start talking about Italians and the Italian mob, and like I'm comfortable talking about their Jewish connections to the Italian mob and the shitty things they've done and their association with Operation Gladio and the Catholic fucking Church and all the crap they're doing, like shaking down small businesses. Yay, a little protection money. Fuck you, bro. You know, like get the fuck out of here with that shit. And the idea being, it, you got to be comfortable condemning bullshit, whether it comes from your mother, your father, or your own people.
that's why they give the Hodge twins that so much bullshit. Like the Hodge twins are kind of, a little bit of grifters, obviously, but like the
Well, it's the
reason,
Republican thing that
but
gets me.
they're, pretty awake
Great
to
on a
some
lot
of
of
this
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, no, they're great on a lot of shit.
And they make some pretty good points. I hate the people that just hate on them, or like they call out their own groups, or like people that hate on like David Lucas. Like I don't have any personal fucking beef with him. he fucking beat some fucking girlfriend. Have you ever, this is, I have experience of one of my last arguments with the black girl that I was dating was trying to incite me to go and hit her. And I was like, are you fucking out of your goddamn mind? Like, she's like, you go ahead and hit me. And I was like, I'm not gonna hit you. And this is what they like, this is their culture of
Yeah.
what they want. And it's just like this is not, you don't understand their fucking stupid ass dynamic that they have between each other. This is not for me to be
Yeah,
part of.
I can't begin to. I told you about that gal and that poor
Yeah.
decision I made to even consider going on a date with her. And I was talking to Bill, my buddy Bill Byers, about it, and he's like, "Well, you should have known better, Jared." he's like, "What were you thinking you could?" And you told me the same thing, and I was like, "Well, yeah, it's
I am literally uprooting my entire family to get away, to reduce the population I come in contact with of those people by half, just just to go and like keep my family like safer. And I
no,
notice when I drive in that area, that city that I'm moving to, it's like I don't encounter half of the fucking problems that I do here. And like I can drive less than 3 miles to the grocery store and encounter just the severity of problems with these people in Nissans and Infinities. And I can drive 30, 40 minutes in this other city and not encounter any of this same bullshit. And and they follow you. You build these places up and they follow you. And that's why I think the blacks are the new Jew, are the real Jews.
oh, the old black
I'm
Israelite
just,
thing."
I'm just
No,
joking.
no, I think that's fun. And just speaking of Jews and getting back to the whole Jew thing, and we had a fun little digression there. I just wanted to accurately quote Donald Trump on Operation Warp Speed. One of the most incredible things ever done in this country. Everything about it has been amazing.
Ah, fuck you. I I went on a sidetrack, and I was meaning to talk about that because we started this with Obama being responsible, and and Obama having his thing, and then Trump being responsible for this. Well, Obama started this shit with Ukraine, and then Trump actually went and further instigated it even more because the Obama administration went and got all these labs kind of started up and settled. Um, but the Trump administration was the one that really kicked it off because originally the Obama administration didn't want to give the Ukrainians anything more than just kind of a little bit of support and lower level arms. It wasn't until Trump that they went and gave uh, the Ukrainians actual missile platforms, which really kicked this thing off even more.
Dude, you are 100% spot on. This gets into Donald Trump talking about on his second time running for the president. I'm going to end the wars. I'm going to put an end to this Ukraine thing. It's going to be over when I get in office. Bro, he just keeps giving them more money and more missiles. He, more and more. That it's this endless fucking war that was spoken of. I don't know if it was Eisenhower on his way out, who was also a fucking complete piece of shit. But this military industrial complex that's just gotten so bloated, and it's so integrally tied to the U.S. economy and the stock market and the dollar, like AI is becoming it's AI and the companies associated with it has become something like 33, that fun number, percent of the fucking stock market. And it's now integrally tied to the dollar in
Oh,
the
so
same
that's
way.
why they're talking about the AI collapse being such a big
Dude,
problem.
yes, yes.
Okay, because I was like, man, I know it's a big business, but I didn't think it was tied that much. But that's why I always hone on financial capitalism. And Ukraine, another aspect of it is being that they're using these places as collateral for more
Collateral.
loans because we
Yep,
don't build anything. These Western nations don't have any industrialization. That's why China's succeeding, is because they do the same thing we do, where they print endless amounts of money, but
correct.
part of it goes back into their country. China has had the same borders for 5,000 years, I believe. Um, and this thing
Funny
with,
enough, you know the sorry to cut you off. The Great Wall of China, the turrets face inward.
I think I've heard that, yeah.
They don't face outward, bro. They're not to keep out the Mongols, it's to keep the people inside the prison.
Slav is saying Eisenhower's military industrial complex speech was not even a warning. It was too late. It was, in fact, a wake up call for everyone else who could buy in to buy in. The other thing is they made him take out the part of a congressional military industrial complex, because Congress is the one that holds the purse strings. But now every single war has been not even by Congress; it's been by executive order.
Executive order, yeah.
Um, and what was the other thing I was going to say about Ukraine? And
Sorry for cutting you off, buddy.
no, you're good. It becomes more and more important that people understand that this is all about collateral and taking out more loans to open up basically a new line of credit, like a new credit card.
Kick the
For
can
these.
down the road. Yep.
Yep. And China's been doing it, but they're being a little bit smarter because they're not like giving up their industrialization, and they're also putting back money into their own coffers. Whereas, like, these people, at the core of the West are what you call them, a tribe that moves from one host to the other,
Yep.
and they don't care if the whole system collapses because they're not tied into the actual dollar. The dollar is something that they give you as a note that they don't really give a shit about. They end up owning the actual tangible good.
Assets. Yes.
And so it
Yes.
doesn't matter. And a lot of these people that are involved in the stock market don't even fucking get that. You know, um, they're going to be tied into collapses as well.
Yeah. It's about stealing the hard blood, sweat, and tears, the hard labor of the people, converting that energy into tangible assets like land, uh, minerals, energy, and increasing the debt to stretch you thinner and thinner to the eventual place where you will own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, and that's why I've talked about also money being the root of all evil, is because it's creating something out of nothing and playing God, because money is supposed to be an established form of, like, you trading your worked hours and what's a fair rate of your labor for someone else's time. And what they went and did was be able to print time
Yeah.
and create a reality.
Uh,
Um,
Chapter 3 in David Icke's book, The Biggest Secret, the book that opened up my eyes to the global conspiracy, money out of nothing. And it's a never-ending cycle until, mankind and humanity decides to, break these chains and take a good flea bath and a proper dewormer. I don't know if we're gonna have to drink gasoline to do it like they did in the old days, but eventually we gotta shake this parasite loose from our insides and fucking cut ties. And in my opinion, when we rip off this band-aid, it's not going to be I don't want to get too crazy. You and I have had conversations about this, but yeah, it's not going to be pretty, man, and it's not going to be.
Well, this is another thing that I just came to mind also is that, like, at my previous job, this one guy would like tell me, like it looks like sometimes my work would be affected by like my mind is somewhere else or something. And it's like, how are you supposed to relate to normal people when you know all these things and you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop? And the only thing that, like, because I can own certain things, but all of that stuff can get taken away from me. And the only goal that I have in life, aside from my family, is that I've been just learning new skills and trying to get as much different broad varieties of knowledge as I can. And this is just another like of like my video game tier of my skill set.
Yeah,
And because like everything I'm always trying to learn how to like that's all I can carry with me is like is as long as I'm alive and I've got a functioning brain, I've got different ways to make, keep myself alive if
yeah,
everything is taken away from me. And these people, they go and put it all into one skill set, and maybe that gets you, your entire life. You gamble that that's going to keep you going, but it's not going to keep your family going because every time that like you have these rich, successful people, they end up having kids that end up squandering everything because they don't end up being taught skills. So the only ones that are really rich and continue that legacy are the ones that get handed down this satanic way of keeping everyone down.
yeah. Spot on, brother.
Are you getting
And
tired?
no, no,
Okay.
I'm just having a smoke and got my mask down, so I'm off camera. But I got a little second wind getting hyped up on this conversation we were having,
I
which
like when
which
we do this kind of stuff a little bit more versus like reading off of notes, um, even like my own
yeah,
pictures and stuff like that.
I've been told the same thing by some of the listeners that at one of the guys at work who listens to every episode, and he'll even say, "Did you guys film this weekend?" He he's enthusiastic about what we're doing. He's given that same feedback that like one of his favorite episodes were ones where we were just
Shooting the
having a
shit.
having a conversation and getting into the meat and bones of things. And at times I can lean heavy on the data, and it can be a bit of a slog and a difficult listen. And I hope it's well received. But for the like guys like Slav or Eric turn in tune in every time. And my buddy at work, I don't want to put his name out there, but this data is not necessarily for them because they're conscious of these things. It's for the normie that I can have a conversation with who said, "Hey, I'll take a look at your podcast." It's for them so that they can come to know these things in detail, being we have the fucking receipts. you know it's important to present the data, as well as ad lib and just get into it and see where the conversation goes.
Well, like so
So
I listened to this guy, someone on in the one of the viewers. I feel bad. I'm not like big shotting you guys. just some like people suggest things, and someone suggested Brendan O'Connell a while ago. I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was, and I
Who's
watch
that?
him. He's this guy that's kind of like uh he's big on the Jew question thing, but he's
Oh,
also
okay.
like against like racism and stuff like that. And uh so like
Uh,
he's
misses the mark from time to time,
yeah, and
but he's solid. I got you.
yeah, but he's like really big on like everything is Jews.
Okay.
And but the thing that he does is he's very knowledgeable and knows a lot, but what is really annoying about him is that because he knows so much, he just expects that like when he starts talking about things that
You
like his
understand?
audience knows it
Conscious, yeah.
or knows exactly what he's talking about. And it's like you, and then gets like he starts going on these tangents about like being frustrated. It's like, come on, like doesn't you know don't these people know about this? And like, dude, I fucking follow a lot of this stuff, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like he brought up the Skokie, Illinois that I put in the Patreon chat for Danny's show about the Skokie marches with the neo-Nazi groups, where the first president of the um, National Socialists of America was a Jewish guy named Frank Collins,
Oh, really? That's interesting.
who
I wasn't conscious of this.
so his grandparents supposedly died in Dachau, and then like some sheriff later on, like from the town over, was like, "Nah, dude, this guy is fucking. His family's Jewish. He's Jewish." And it was like so fucking crazy to find out that the first president of the National Socialists of America is a fucking Jewish guy named Frank Collins who changed his name. Um,
So that gets that harkens back to the Rise of Hitler episode and this idea that, you know, the whole Nazi thing is this movement to steer the narrative, to co-op nationalism, to allow it to be controlled by a certain group of people for the purpose of the Jew, to the benefit of the Jew.
I would be
Like,
more sympathetic to nationalism if I didn't hate my fellow like people, because every day I get so like I think about like, you know, I have my gripes with other races or groups or whatever, but the people that affect me the most are the fucking stupid ass football watching assholes that are drinking beer and supposedly sympathize with like my wants and desires, but really are just fine with giving up all their rights and all of like the greatness of your supposed race. You know, like the biggest fighters that we have of the white group are neo-Nazi skinheads that cover themselves in tattoos. You're prideful of your skin, and then you mar your entire body in tattoos,
with
like
black ink.
with black ink. And you like, this is who I'm supposed to be like allied with. The only
Yeah.
people that are like sympathetic to the things that I believe are like just stupid animals that are exactly the same kind of people that I don't like. Like
No.
you can never win, you know?
It's a tough one, dude. And it's something I understand. I agree with you on in many ways, and I'm guilty of it to a degree. Like I drink my beers and I watch football, international football, soccer. But yeah, like I spend a couple hours a week. I go down to the pub.
I mean, I'm fucking way
I
worse than you. I'm a fucking sex addict, and I'm like, like I'm drinking on stream. I don't generally drink. I'm just taking some of these drinks that my brother-in-law left at our place. But like, like I'm way worse. Way worse. I have tons of fucking vices, but I like, I don't try to be like this fucking Captain Aryan guy, you
Right.
know.
Right.
Like
Right.
I just recognize that like the biggest betrayers of the things that I want in my life and my country are my own people. And it goes
Right.
back to what we've been discussing in like warnings of the Bible, you know.
Yeah. And that gets into the idea that Eric presents, and like my fellow Christians and their stupidity and lack of understanding that the Bible on a consistent basis condemns the Jews, and that, like, when I was asked to speak this 2 weeks ago, when I gave my talk today, I dropped what I could about the Jews without going too hard, in the sense that I didn't specifically say the word Jew, but I said Pharisees on numerous occasions. I read scripture which explicitly states that God broke his covenant with the people of Israel because they were doing wicked satanic things and worshiping other gods. And there's the parable of the vineyard and the husbandman, which is found in Mark 21, begins at 21:33. And it speaks of a landholder who creates a vineyard, builds a wine press, and needs to go out to a far away land, and he leaves it in the hands of these people named the husbandmen. And when it's time to harvest the fruit, he sends servants. And this parable speaks of God, the prophets, and his son Jesus Christ. And it states that this landowner sends servants to check on the harvest. And these husbandmen beat, stone, and kill the servants, the prophets. And he sends another round, and they repeat the process. And then I think it's the third time he says, "You know what? I will send my son, for they will give him reference, and they will acknowledge him, and things will be different this time." And what do these husbandmen do? They plot, conspire, and say, "Look, it's the son. If we kill the son, we can steal his inheritance." It's speaking of the Jews. So I specifically shared that, and I read the entire chapter of Matthew 21. That's where it speaks of Jesus going into the temple and flipping over the tables and whipping the Pharisees. And it also speaks of the fig tree, and this fig tree that withers. That is the Israelites. That is the nation of Israel. That is the Jews. And I said it in every way I could. I discussed it without specifically saying, "Hey, motherfuckers, it's the Jews." But I laid it out. But you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. So if I can't expect all of them to understand exactly what I was saying, but I said it in as many ways as I could without getting the microphone cut off mid talk. And at the end of it, I was told, "Hey, great talk," by quite a few people, and some of them may have gotten it and were saying that with knowledge of what was being said, but some of them may have not and just thought it was a good talk.
Well, my father-in-law gets a lot of the stuff that I say, and I realize that he's just like this German woman that I met at the beach a month or two ago that I was speaking about. That was too afraid to go and speak about what their true beliefs are, and it's like I guess I just not everybody is able to be as outright with the things that they think, but I don't know. I feel dirty. I have this awful thing about myself where like no matter how nasty the truth is, I feel like bursting it out or like saying the thing that nobody wants to say in the room.
Yes, yes.
And I can't handle just sitting there lying.
Yeah.
I've said it before is like I don't negotiate with hostages. So if I'm in a social interaction with somebody and they expect me to put up this face and this and go along with their like their presentation of like this is the little performance that we put on when we're in this social environment and like why are you acting like that? I know that this isn't like what you are. You know, this is not how you act. Um, and that's why I say I'm not negotiating with hostages or with terrorists because I'm not going to be held hostage in your stupid little pretend game.
Well,
Um,
no, and you're 100% right. And like as you're saying that, I think of, should I have said more? Should I have gotten into Matthew 23 when he really goes hard on the Jays? And had time permitting, I would have. But I've also had this same conversation with my bishop, and I've told him flat out it's the Jays and they're wicked. And I've spoken to him about the Talmud. I've told him about the conversation I had with his son's uh, father-in-law who recently passed, who presented the idea to me, reigniting my studies into the J. We had gotten together to have a breakfast burrito at a place my buddy used to frequent when he was in high school, and he said they got a good breakfast burrito because I wanted to talk to his father-in-law about conspiracies because he told me he was into conspiracies, and I brought up flat Earth and the global conspiracy, and he asked me a question. He's like, "So who do you think is at the head of the snake?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, it's it's Satanists more or less, and
you
um,
coward.
no. Well, this is at the time when I wasn't digging heavily into the Jew. I actually was listening to a lot of, tinfoil hat and getting into the idea that Jews were, just middle management, and I was kind of, this was like 5 years ago, and he's like, I think it's the Jew, and I was like, oh, well, if you think it's the Jew, I will go back and take another look at it. And since then, all I can see is the Jew. You know, the more I dug into it and actually just applied a lens highlighting the Jew, it's like in They Live when he puts on the glasses and just sees the Jew behind every skin suit.
Yeah.
It it allowed me to see, hey, the black nobility are just these crypto Jews. The fucking, Donald Trump's a crypto Jew. These like it's Jews masquerading as Christians. The Vatican isn't just the Vatican, it's fucking Jews. And the dude, I my talk was about a talk given by one of the elders in the church, and it was his talk was titled "And Now I See." So I used that as my premise to build on what I spoke of, and I finished my talk in the same manner that he did, and I sang the part of Amazing Grace. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. And bro, like the idea being when you look at it with the right pair of spectacles, you can't unsee it. Once you start noticing and really dig in to the J problem, you cannot deny it. You cannot deny that they are the head of the snake. And yeah, like for years, I you know in my early studies, oh, it was the Illuminati, it's Freemasons, it's it's, or Alex Jones would say, it's the globalists.
That's why I can't listen to Sam Tripoli anymore. Like
No,
I stopped listening to him about a year and a half ago because I just couldn't take his stupid bullshit.
well,
And
you and I have had this talk, and I like the guests, like that's why I listen, because there's like I can get certain data that allows me to dig into things further. Like I wouldn't have found Austin Wade Picard and then Jose Galison had it not been for um listening to Tripoli. But you're right, like he's been yoked to a Jew for 22 years. He jabbed his kids, or his wife did, someone did, because he's got an autistic daughter, and the only way that happens is through vaccinations. And
yeah, I always question that. Good for
it's
him
not
for, I
time.
guess, liking to be a father, but like, I wonder some of the stuff that he's done as a parent.
And my thing is like, uh, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because like the fact that he had avoided naming the Jew for so fucking long, and was kind of dancing around the idea, and he would call them Babylonian money magicians, and I mean, I know what he's saying and insinuating, and maybe it's to keep his sponsors so he's not further blackballed, and he's allowed to go on Rogan because he's not going crazy hard on the Jays, or maybe it's just because he doesn't want problems at home with his lady. I mean, my thing is, if you're this deep into the conspiracy world and you're not noticing the Jays, or like Alex Jones, yoking himself to a Jewish woman, having a child with a Jewish woman, that like, I agree with you. It's hard for me to be wholeheartedly behind you.
I mean, there
And
is the out of being like, somebody's got to be the middleman between, like, someone's got to be holding the hands of, hey, there's this guy who's like, way, way, way out there and knows and will talk about everything, but he's not going to get all the views. To like, there's got to be another person on the other side
sure,
that's like the normies can
yeah,
all gravitate towards. Because I mean, I started out a lot of like when I first got back into being more right wing. I think a lot of people started out with a lot of like the Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro shit, and then you kind of like, all right, I learned everything I could from these people,
yeah,
and
like
like here's there's more truth out there.
surface scratchers, as I say. They're dipping their toe in the pool, but they're not willing to dive in. And that's what, like, anti-Semitism, the idea of it does. It scares people away from ever, like, really going down that dark alley and confronting, you know, the monster, lurking behind the garbage cans. It's People are scared of being labeled. People are scared of losing money, losing their job, losing their friends, losing their family. But eventually, I just say, fuck it, man. You gotta, if you're gonna do this, and you're like, they, the phrase, or the word sometimes uses, you're gonna be a truther. You gotta dig for the truth, wherever it may take you. And eventually, if you come to understand these people are worshiping Moloch, making sacrifices to old pagan gods, and did you know in the Hindu um forget the exact word, it escapes me at the moment, pantheon of gods, there's 33 like major gods they recognize. Isn't that funny? That's
And
the number.
by the way, Slav, I am reading your chats. I just didn't really have a chance to bring up some of the stuff that you were talking about. He brought up, he was asking if you knew that Colombia expelled another Jewish group, but I think he misspelled.
Lev
He's
Tahor.
Yeah, if he wrote Lev Toba, I think he meant Lev Tahor.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing you know about them.
Yeah, I keep my ear to the ground on all things Jew. Slav's a gentleman, and I appreciate all the comments that he makes in the chats and the rabbit holes he goes down and the research that he does because he's a man of my heart, like you, Dylan. And what's it called? Made a funny comment. Eric made a funny comment earlier. Uh, Dylan's been missing you, Jared, in a gay way too.
Oh,
It was good.
that wasn't Eric. I think that was Sunshine. I
What's
think.
that, sunshine? It made me laugh.
Yeah, I think that was at the beginning of the show. I
But
think that was
yeah,
him.
I haven't been that active in the Patreon chat lately, and or on X.
It's been pretty
Um,
quiet, and I try not to on Danny's low value mail thing. I know you guys like doing it, but I try to keep his. I try to keep mindful of the fact that he has an audience that isn't just us.
yeah, I
And so I
know.
don't want to scare them off with like the shit that we bring up. It is like, and then cost Danny $5 a month.
No, I hear you, and like it's one of the things I found in the Jose Galison Patreon that I support. Um, there's a Telegram. So the nice thing about the Telegram is you can create different subjects, sub-subjects within the Telegram. And I was kind of flooding it with Jew stuff. And this one guy's like, "Hey man, can we get like just a Jew subsection so that it's not it's not flooding the main?" I'm like, "All right." I'm like, "I don't like that, but I get it, like because we need other people to hear about this Jew stuff too." And so I see both sides of it, and I think you're a gentleman for doing what you do. Um, I, I think Danny understands. I have my little my Jewtism, and it's just my nature, and I, it's hard to turn off at times when you know.
I mean, we don't always agree on everything, also, but
Sure.
like I like hearing, no matter, I like hearing people that are way different from what I'm hearing. Like if you have something interesting to say, I want to hear it. It's something I just haven't heard before, and I was like, all right, well maybe that'll bring up some new thoughts to my own ideas. Um, I'm not saying that like I don't agree with a lot of the stuff you say. I'm just saying that like
No, no, no. Yeah, I hear you.
I just that's why I found you interesting originally, because like obviously like you stand out from a lot of the other callers on Danny's show. And as far as Slav is talking about the there's not enough, like I was just listening to someone recently. I think it was Glenn Deason, and he had a guy on there talking about uh, uh, revisionism, according to like about Stalin and the Soviets, and like less and less people as time goes on look at the contribution that the whether you agree with them or not of the defeat of the Nazis, by the millions of people that were sacrificed from the Russians. And then also he started talking about the Polish. They get all this sympathy for the Holodomor, or no, Holodomor was Ukraine. The but the Polish were starved in all this. Well, they were also at fault as well too. For apparently they went and destroyed all their farming equipment and slaughtered all their cattle, and did such a good job of it in protest of being
Really,
they
that's
did
interesting.
they did such a good job of it to go and avoid the Soviets being able to take all their stuff, that they couldn't even recover themselves in true Polish fashion.
Yeah, they
Uh,
manufactured a famine. Yeah,
not exactly well thought out
brightest.
planning. Um, you know
There's a
that
good Pollock joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, but like it really like, but as time goes on, because the guy was talking about like in the 50s, like
A
fifty
Polish
percent
chuckle.
fifty
No.
percent of the French believed that the Russians were played a large hand or played the majority hand of defeating the Nazis, and now only like less than 11% today
Oh,
believe
really?
believe
That's
that
interesting.
the Russians had a heavy hand, and because they're so Russophobic, and it's so interesting to see like how like there's one side of Russia being very very almost Zionist, but then there's another side of like, hey, uh, we kind of stood up against them also, or
Yeah,
we've
we're Christian,
sacrificed
we're
ourselves.
Eastern Orthodox, we're anti-Jew, but then, the communism was very Jewish, and Putin himself, a Jew, his mother was a Jew, his grandfather was a cook for Lenin, a Jew. And yeah, it's that old pickle we find ourselves, like the Nazi party being, fantastic in so many ways, but then in others, uh,
Your greatest
being
enemy.
yeah, being very Jewish. So it's the old scimitar or double-sided sword. It's swings both ways, and it can cut as well as destroy, and often, unfortunately, it's not always what it seems. When you look in the mirror, you see your own faults and
That's why I've,
think,
I've just never been good at joining groups. And I remember like throughout my younger years, I was going through all these different subcultures. Like, I ended up, hanging out with punker kids and goths, becoming a skinhead, becoming a fucking pacifist, and like going through all these things, like trying to just find like my group of people. And I realized all these people suck ass, and that like I don't like any of these people's like ideologies, and I'm just never going to be able to have like a full community aside from like my family. But like none of the people that say that they stand for the things that you believe in are ever going to be like 100%. Like that Brendan O'Connell guy, like he's so informative, but then on like goes and rails against Tucker Carlson. Is like, yeah, the guy's not the greatest, but like he does fucking do a lot to contribute to, an awakening. Whether there's like a bad endpoint of where Tucker takes us, but like he's definitely done a lot better. It was disappointing when he had Nick Fuentes on there and uh, apologized for calling him a Fed, because then I was like, oh,
well, they were
maybe you
doing that.
both are Feds.
That's the thing. They were doing that Spider-Man meme where they're,
Yeah.
they're both feds pointing at each other, saying, "You a Fed?" And well, I mean, and that gets into like the conversation where, you had just briefly, touched on. We can't expect everyone to go as hard as we do. There's got to be someone who's somewhat in the middle, leading people down the road, helping them, get a glimmer of the light, and hopefully, eventually, they get where we are. And all things in due time. Like as I was saying when discussing my my refocusing of what I considered the global conspiracy. It took me having that talk with my buddy's father-in-law, over a breakfast burrito, to revisit the idea that it was the Jew. And uh, like for years, I was just at a point just considering them a cog in the wheel and not the actual vehicle itself. And whether it was blinders or not wanting to expand my on my what I considered comfortable or uncomfortable, or maybe it was just listening to too much Tripoli, being that was like kind of my main pod, and his Jewish sympathies. um yeah, it's just become a thing. Like, it's like folks who listen to Rogan. You know, that he's not going to touch on certain things, and he even platforms like certain Jews, like that. What's that dude's name? Avi Loeb or Lieb, who's pushing that A1 Atlas, fucking spaceship meteor that's gonna yeah come
I
destroy the.
haven't been listening. I don't listen to Rogan anymore. I
No,
haven't listened to him since he went to Spotify.
I haven't in a while either, and I'll occasionally, depending on the guest, peek at it just to see who the guests are, because I have I use Spotify at work, but the man is an apologist. Uh, you familiar with Matthew North, the dude that was like exposing Rogan and his connection to the Esalen Institute?
Echelon,
Esalen, Esal.
the drug thing.
Well, yeah, it's
I thought it
it's a
was
thing.
pronounced echelon, but maybe because you were the one I think that brought it up. You were a Slav one time. That was the thing that was at the end of Mad Men,
Mad
right?
Men, yeah, that I was
Okay,
telling you about.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a think tank out of Big Sur, and they're associated with psychedelic research, and its capacity to influence society, and that's why like we're seeing this whole microdosing thing being pushed so heavily, and the idea being that, in my opinion, it opens you up to possession by demons. The whole Jerry Marzinski school of thought that schizophrenics and um, the people who are involved in heavy drug use open themselves up to demon possession, and I'm of the belief that Matthew North was killed because he was exposing Rogan, and I'm not saying it was Rogan who did it. I don't think he's a serial killer. Maybe not.
There's money behind him that
Yeah, exactly. And the idea being they can't have someone out there who's putting together a well-controlled documentation and in great detail of his connection to like major think tanks and big business and people who are out there um curating culture and
well, I mean,
y-
Kurt Metzger always talks about like when he goes to the what's his Joe Rogan's comedy club that it's
the
filled with
mothership.
feds all
Yeah,
over the place.
yeah.
And
And
like he
again,
has
like,
that one guy, that Mike something, that CIA guy. I
oh,
can't
Mike Baker, I fucking
fucking
hate
hate
that
that
guy.
guy.
Yeah, I fucking hate that
Oh,
guy
he
so
sucks
much.
ass so much, dude.
He's the worst, dude. And even the name of the comedy, the comedy store that he has, the Mothership. It's alien nonsense, and gets into this whole alien
Fucking
narrative.
hate aliens. I hate Bigfoot. I hate all that
Dude,
fucking shit so goddamn much. It makes me so mad when people start talking about fucking aliens and Bigfoot.
oh, bro, it's the absolute worst.
Dude, we
Uh,
have demons at home that you can fucking like. It's like, why are you going out to fucking get hamburgers when we have fucking perfectly good steak at home?
I hear you. I hear you, brother. It's funny, and it's just it's narrative control, in my opinion, and that's why these like if you got a podcast that like digs into cryptids and aliens, you're propped up. You become big. But if your podcast is specifically on the Jew, you know, you're relegated to the dark depths of the web, and even if you search it on your phone, you're not finding it. And when you pull up the videos literally on your channel, there were zero fucking live videos, bro, when I used my coworker's phone.
Yeah,
So,
I'm super age restricted on stuff. I'm sure, like, it's ridiculous. And I've never set out. I have no ambition of or even a thought of ever making any money
Making a
from
dime
this.
off of this. Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's going to be seen by a few people,
Yep.
and it's me just fucking emptying out my thoughts so that I can hear them out loud and bounce them off of other people. But like, I've, being surrounded, like in the neighborhood I'm in right now, it's just the most like the city that I'm in is just the most normie retard. Like, football is everything, like this fake wannabe community, but like all of you are just fucking drunkards with DUI arrests, and like
Guilty.
just the fucking just piss me the fuck off when you have criticisms of me, and then I'm like, oh, you're way worse of a person than I am, and you're fucking fake, and like all you have no real beliefs, and you're just a fucking like I said before, I'm a fucking sex addict, but you guys are fucking hedonists. Like, you're just the dumbest fucking mind rot retards that are just fucking like, hey, how are you doing? Did you see the game? Go fuck yourself with a goddamn rake. You fucking simpleton idiot. Do you not understand that we have fucking intergalactic demons like preying on us? And you
Interdimensional, but yeah, I got you.
like just fuck off. I don't want to fucking look at you. I don't like they won't look at me anymore. I won't look at them. I'm just so fucking fed up with your normie bullshit. Don't fucking talk to me. I don't want to be friends with you. Like, it's the same thing when I would be at work and like you'd have these fake niceties just holding me fucking hostage of like, dude, why are you wasting my time with like how the fucking like, did you hear about this? Like, you don't want to know what I'm fucking thinking about. You don't want to fucking hear the things that I like keep me fucking like thinking. Like, it just, you're not ready for this stuff, because if I start telling you like what's on my mind is like, oh, he's weird, or like, good, don't fucking talk to me. This is why I fucking don't talk to you. I don't waste your fucking time, with my fucking what you think is trivial. I ran into this shit at work before where people were like, well, like making fun of me for like criticizing that it's just everything's the Jews. It's like, well, then don't fucking talk to me. I don't like you. I think you're equally as fucking retarded. You fucking can point and laugh at me, but like,
right.
At least I'm fucking investigating shit on my own, and then not being some fucking traveling retard that, doesn't seek any kind of higher truth. You just go around and you have a fucking, like, you reek of some new fragrance that's made out of fucking whale vomit that you sprayed all over yourself, or deer urine, and you got a fucking earring in your fucking ear, and you're a grown adult man, and like you're just, everything about you is like some fucking phony aesthetics. There's nothing creative, and like you're just traveling to some other place that somebody, like, your greatest hobby is going to see. Oh, did you go and see Ibiza? Oh, I love going to Spain. Fuck off. Go, what would be interesting if you went to Spain? Go to the fucking prostitutes in Spain and tell me how you fucking got abducted by some fucking Albanian gang that controls the prostitution there. That's a story I want to fucking hear about. I don't give a fuck about the fact that you had fucking great ceviche and whatever the fuck it is that the wine was excellent. The cheese was excellent. Oh, did you try?
Manchego, huh?
Just fucking end your life. Like, just make that a story for, like, go eat a giant firework mortar and then light it on fire, and that be your story, so that at least I like have a little bit of entertainment for about 5 minutes about reading about you. I don't give a shit about your stupid ass fucking normie bullshit. Like, there's no creativity to these fucking morons at all that I'm surrounded by. The people across the street from me, he took his family to fucking Hawaii, and I was like, I wish the plane went down. At least I
So
got a story out of it. It was like, yeah, I knew
yeah.
somebody on that fucking plane. Um, you know,
Oh, there was an interesting one. Uh, Austin Way Picard was talking about people associated with I forget what conspiracy it was in particular, but like 3, 4 people on this one plane were associated with like 4 different fucking psyops. I'll have to revisit it, pardon. But
are you talking about the
the,
Malaysian flight?
I can't remember if it was a Malaysian one or a different one, but it might have been like in the early 2000s. Um, but it was like multiple individuals involved in like seemingly disconnected conspiracies all end up on this one flight and the fucking flight goes down. And I'll have to go
Modern
back,
day Titanic.
dude, 100%.
I'm pretty sure
And
that's the Malaysian flight.
I don't know if it was MH, what was it, 370 or whatever the case may be.
Who gives a fuck?
But yeah, but um, the fact that they could get all those people seemingly organized onto the same plane and bring that plane down is I just found remarkable. And like what are they doing? They presenting fucking, advertisements or subliminal messages in these people's brains to go all travel and end up on that same fucking plane.
Well, it's the same thing with the 9/11 flights where they had all those, heads of Raytheon and people from the Defense Department. It's like you wonder if those people were even on there and they were just like, "Hey, these guys will play ball and just go into hiding and uproot their lives and they can just like no one knows who these people are. They're just executives of some company that's a shell corporation of CIA funding, and then just like that Roger Moore guy that was involved in the OKC, he was like involved in fucking some fancy boating thing, and then
I haven't dug
just
heavily into that. I know Jose did it like that was like kind of his bread and butter. You were telling me that's kind of what
yeah.
got his thing going. But I haven't dug heavy into OKC. But have you seen the like the tweet that there's like this senator, I think it is, that looks exactly like Timothy McVeigh?
No.
Oh, dude. I mean, like they like superimpose the ears, the nose, the eyes. It's like what was it, the Challenger explosion with the astronauts, which had the teacher on it, where
That one's
they
pretty believable, but like the one that really pissed me off recently that like Kurt Metzger's got a huge boner for is this thing about like this guy Control Alt History doing a story about a woman named Erica Kirk that um was the first lady of this guy that was like named Charles Kirk or something like that in Florida, and like he was like this, wild card senator or governor or whatever, and they look exactly alike, and I was like, you fucking autistic face blind retards. It is not even nearly the same person. And I can't stand sometimes when they'll
yeah,
have like
there was a lot of that on the internet.
when they're like, this person looks exact. How could you not see it? I mean, they're the same person. No, they're not. I don't know if it's just because like I spent so much time when I was in art school, um, doing portraits of people's faces that like I look for like you're trained to go and look for different shapes so that you can like
Sure.
when you draw things like you narrow it down from a block down to like you cut down angles and then you know, like you find a triangle here and you find a square here, you know. And so I'm good at like maybe fixing my own autism of like face blindness, but like some of these people just like are so desperate for a conspiracy. It's like they're a time traveling clone. It's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, they're the fucking clone. They decided to clone Erica Kirk from
The,
the 1940s or 50s.
dude, the clone thing, I was fuck, dude. Speaking of clones, there was I think it was the Control Alt History dude on Tripoli the other day, and he was talking about clones and presenting the idea that cloning, sorry, that cloning's been going on
Well, that
for.
video, yeah, he did another video on cloning that was good. But the thing is, like, okay, now you're defeating your own fucking argument with this fucking shit about Erica Kirk being a clone. It's like, of all the motherfuckers you could clone, you're gonna fucking, like, yeah, she's fucking bangable, but she's not the fucking, like, fucking hottest bitch. Like,
Yeah, why clone that whore? I got you.
yeah, it's just fucking like, you're, you know, like obviously like cloning is real and obviously they're doing it behind the scenes and like doing it in nefarious ways, but like you're gonna fucking clone some like, you know, like uh Marilyn Monroe like wannabe, like, you know, it, not even not even a good chubby, just a kind of a, just like a, like your deacon's wife chubby, like hot that
Yeah,
you would
yeah.
bang.
No, no, 100%. And that kind of gets into that speaking of, doppelgangers and clones, there's a lot of videos on the internet about this celebrity is this guy from fucking 18 something, and they'll show a guy who, bears a resemblance, or I mean maybe even looks, quite a great deal like the individual, and that they're either time travelers or they're fucking, vampires living for fucking 200 years, or, you know, whatever the case may be. I don't think they've quite figured out, how to extend their life span fucking 300, 400, 500 years. But they could probably make it to buck 20, buck 30, you know.
Well, the
Uh
people that even if they did do that, they're not showing their faces. This is why you don't
exactly.
see the fucking
They're
like the most
they're not
powerful people.
they're not going to be celebrities on television. They're not going to be politicians. They're dudes operating behind the scenes. I forget the name of the book that I read by I think it was Ludlum, if I'm not mistaken, the gentleman who did
Robert Ludlum.
Born Identity, and
Yeah.
all those books. I think it was called Trevane. Um, and it basically talks about the Illuminati, the super rich folks harvesting organs, being involved in this scientific plan to uh, to enlong to live longer, and I mean they're obviously doing these things. To what degree, it's hard to say, but they're not fucking living 600 years, 500 years. Um, and I mean, maybe they're making clones of themselves. And then, so there's this idea in certain uh, esoteric and occult mystery schools that you can transfer your soul into another individual. You can get a child, and to avoid death, you could transfer your soul into them.
That's fucking dark.
Yeah.
That's some dark shit.
And I could see that being practiced more so than making a clone of yourself, raising it to a certain age, and then just transferring your soul into that clone. But yeah, that's a practice that's been discussed. And maybe we'll do an episode on that one of these days once we're caught up after we finish uh, next week's episode on October 7th. But
Sunshine.
yeah,
Oh, sorry.
no, I was just gonna say after we get this kind of history wrapped up, we started with Genesis and the Bible, and we're getting caught up to the current age. And after we talk about October 7th, we can go in any direction. And if there's an episode you want to cover, I was thinking of doing one on China and the Jews. There's quite a great deal to talk about there. Um, or maybe we'll cover that episode of transferring souls to other bodies. But if we don't have to have a Jew angle on every episode, you know, that was why I had initially came with the idea of calling the podcast Jew Tunnel Talk, because that gives you the opportunity to discuss conspiracies and Jews. Because just the idea of a Jew tunnel is it what was a conspiracy, and then it came to light. It's fucking Jew tunnels, man. It's a thing, and I thought that was a fun name. Don't let anyone. If I ever see anyone calling fucking their podcast Jew Tunnel Talk, I'm gonna be pissed, because I still want to use that one of these days.
Sunshine was saying that the notice they don't use attractive people in movies or shows anymore. I definitely have a notice, because my wife is mad. Like, she is fucking amazingly more racist than I am, but she goddamn loves a musical, and I'm victim of watching Wicked and
Oh no,
Wicked 2. And then we were just watching the parade on Thanksgiving, because that's what she does.
Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Yeah,
And they had that bitch singing at the end, and they were pushing in
that
applauses.
Skeletor black chick with the bald head.
Oh, she had her. They had her singing. You could see that the crowd was barely full. Nobody goes to that shit anymore, and like you could just tell that no one was really applauding when they were pushing all the applauses in there, and it was like I felt almost bad for her if she wasn't such a seed of the devil.
Oh, she's 100% a witch, bro.
But
I wouldn't doubt it one bit.
and then the other thing too is, like, they slowly make you like more attractive. They put the models of these high expense fashion things on like ugly ass people. If you ever go and look up, like, Gucci is one of the worst at this. If you ever go to like look at Gucci's website and look at the people that they have modeling for them, it's the weirdest fucking albinos and just odd looking motherfuckers, and their clothes are just so hideous. And like, what happened to just like a skinny broad, or just a chick with a fat set?
Fucking rack. Yeah, nice. Yeah.
And it can't be that. It has to be steering you towards being attracted to these amorphous blobs, these weird creatures that you find underneath the sea that they dredge up, and they bring it to the surface and put it in a weird trash bag suit.
Yeah, or these
And
androgynous, feminine-looking men. It's
closer
it's
to
very,
making you gay.
yeah, yeah. It's a thing, dude. And who's behind the industry? Dare I say it? You know, behind every modeling agency is a pedophile, and they start with you know just looking to get their dick wet, and next thing you know, they got fucking 13-year-old girls fucking in their up ups uptown mansion being filmed. And Epstein had, I forget the name of the modeling agency. I discussed it when I called to talk to that Epstein defender, Michael Tracy. I think it was like M2 or something like that. But yeah, Trump, Miss America, all those chicks are what I would call you know, I guess you could say high-end escorts. They're all just like it's like uh it's like Tinder for billionaires.
The
That's how.
hottest girls in the fucking world, you like they're the easiest to find. You know where they're at? They're all cashiers at the fucking grocery store
No, you're not wrong.
or, some store. Like that's where all the fucking tens are. I've spent so much of my life, like probably a good 12 years of my life working for my dad, and he does a lot of integration and security for really, really wealthy people. And I was actually just looking at the meme today of like the different like women like that go along with like how much money you make, and like they kind of progressively get hotter up to like 500K to $1 million a year to like a million to a billion, and then like the billionaire's wife is just the fucking most horrendous thing in the world. And like so many of the women that I don't know what the fuck convinces these women or these men to
Well, that's like
like
that's like Bezos banging that chick with the weird fucking plastic surgery who used to be an anchor on Fox News in Los Angeles. Um, like she was hot when she was in her 30s, but it's like, bro, why are you banging that chick? She's fucking beat now. She's got it. She looks
they
crazy
the
with all the plastics,
facelifts and shit,
bro.
like
It
they
looks
love that.
wild.
This one guy that I worked with for my dad's company, like he didn't really speak English that well, but like we were doing work at this guy's like mansion that owned like a big company like doing x-rays. Like he owned a couple of different like buildings that had all the equipment for x-rays and cat scans, and that's how he made his money. And his wife, who was just a giant fucking cunt, and he described her as a human blow up doll. And it was just like the most vicious burn by this man that barely spoke any fucking English, but he just completely trashed what this guy spent all of his money on and all of his wealth. And he's stuck with a human blow up doll that just like, it looks like it just, you ever seen a blow up doll? And it's just like the most jagged angles with all these like horrible seams from like a fucking inflatable pool toy, and like with these stupid like lips. These
Yeah, those big red gaping lips with the mouth open. That's
look
what I
like a
think of when
fucking asshole, like a mouth asshole.
when you said that it reminded me of that girl that's on Stranger Things. They just came out with it not long ago, so I just took a peek at it and watched the episodes because I was home doing jack shit. And she's already fucking ruining her face, bro. Like
Are you talking?
already.
Is that weird girl? I don't watch that, but was she the one that was like everybody was making fun of for being like a really fucking weird ass looking girl?
No, it's the one who like is kind of the main character. I think her name's like something Brown. I don't know if she's Jewish, but it's a lot of Jews named Brown. But I mean, she's a cute girl, you know, and she's already started doing the shit to her lips, and her face looks like she might be doing some stuff to it. And I don't know what's going on with these people, but they get in those circles. It's like the Kardashians or whatever. all these chicks, bro, they get money, and they just start making that. They all end up looking exactly the same. They do like they go to the same plastic surgeon, and they get the same look, and they get like a little too skinny, unnecessarily, and then and they're like beat by the time they're 30. Like when they, it's like Cameron Diaz in The Mask, bro, smoke show, like stacked, got a nice fucking rack on her. She kind of had those '90s eyebrows, like the Cholitas do, those thin eyebrows. And then by the time like something about Mary comes around, she's a shell of herself. Like I don't know.
I was actually having this kind of conversation yesterday with my wife. She was watching was it Les Miserables?
Yeah, Les Miserables. Never seen
And
it, but yeah, it's a
um
musical.
and I think one of the main characters is Gwyneth Paltrow, I want to say. And in one scene, like in the actual movie, and in had to do it in real life, she had this long hair that was, probably to the mid of her back in real life, and this was her real hair. That in the movie, she gets her hair cut and ends up with like this short, like boy haircut. I mean, just like less hair than I have. Um,
Like some Claire Danes type haircut, like
just
Crazy Boy.
fucking like just fucking butchered, like maybe that long at most.
Oh boy.
And so I told my wife, look up what she made from this movie, and then tell me what her net worth is. And so she made $10 million from this movie, and her net worth is $80 million. So, and my wife's like, well, I would cut my hair off for $10 million, and I was like, the fuck you will. And and I started thinking about, like, this is a humiliation ritual, because
Yeah.
like you have $80 million and you just cut off 4 or 5 years. You're at the age now where your hair's not growing like the way it used to.
Right.
And now, like, you did this humiliation ritual for $10 million. And now, like, I'm assuming she's married. I don't know. I don't keep up with this fucking bullshit with
Well,
these people.
when we talk about the humiliation ritual, it reminded me of Brendan Fraser, who like got kind of excommunicated from Hollywood because this producer wanted to fuck him, and he like called him out on it and made it kind of public. I don't know if he sued him, whatever the case may be. I think they grabbed his dick or something like that at some party.
Yeah, I
Um,
heard about that.
Long story short, in order to get back into Hollywood, they made him play that role where he just balloons to a major fat ass. What was it, The Whale or whatever it was called? So in order
Yeah.
to like get get his foot back in the door, he had to put on like fucking 150 pounds or whatever the case may be. I don't think it was a fat suit. He literally had to like practically kill himself just just so he can earn a dollar again and keep his lifestyle up.
Well,
It-
Sunshine in the chat, by the way, said I'd do anything for 10 million. And no, I get the point of, like, one of us retards would do a hell of a lot more than just cut our hair for $10 million. But this woman is worth $80 million. And so, like, you're only adding an eighth of your net worth for just like looking like a fool for like something that's $10 million out of $80 million is not going to change much. Like, if it was like, okay, you're going from $80 million to $1 billion, yeah, okay, I'll do something fucking drastic. But like, fucking $10 million, what is that going to change in your life when you've already got 70 or $80 million?
well,
You-
these motherfuckers are drinking baby's blood for a whole lot less, bro. They're taking it
She's
in
not
the
worth
ass.
that much.
Well, they're taking it in the ass for fucking, a couple hundred grand.
I've known a
When you
lot of
ta-
people that have taken it in the ass for free.
when you consider like these these rappers and what they do. It's something I think we've talked about. You know, they sign this contract. They don't even know if they're ever gonna, you know, make a million, but they literally sell their ass, and then they're given a chain to put around their neck. A a chain. Like they don't understand what that chain symbolizes. It's 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 slave shackles. It's modern day, but it's gold, or it's got diamonds on it. So they, you know, they take pictures on Instagram and flash like they have something, and they're taking it in the butt and selling their soul for, you know, you know, 10, you know, $100,000, sometimes a little more. Maybe they make a million out of it. But I, you know, just while we're on the topic of these people, I don't watch movies much, rarely do. But that movie caught my eye. Um, I think it's called Him, about the athlete who it's like one of those movies by that black guy who makes all those shitty movies about like white people being the devil.
The
Um,
Peel guy or Keenan or whatever.
yeah, yeah, something like that. But it's about this athlete who like looks up to this one athlete, and then that dude's kind of getting ready to retire, and he he's gonna get drafted, and then I'm just gonna, you know, the spoilers here. He's like practicing on this one field, and this like dude in like a like barbarian suit and a mask like axes him in the skull, right? And it's interesting scene. He skips the combine, has a press conference, and then his agent, like this Jew, basically is like, I got a meeting with you with this you know, like LeBron James or Michael Jordan type figure, and he's like he wants to train with you for a week, and then, you know, it starts out with like different things. It's pretty mellow at the beginning. He's like tanning a hide, but it just eventually becomes like a humiliation ritual, and then they throw the women and the money and the drugs at him, and then in the final episode he's got to make a sacrifice. I'm sorry, not the final episode, like the final day of the whole thing. He's got to make a sacrifice, and the film ends with him like um standing in a fucking the middle of a pentagram, and he kills some of the people who are asking him to do it. But it seems as though um, that shit is at every single level of entertainment, politics, big business, and who are the individuals behind it? It's Satanists and Jews, and they dangle these fake notes that mean absolutely nothing, and they'll fill your life with tigers and big houses and, you know, blowjobs and cocaine. But you gotta sell your soul, and you know, some people will sell their soul for less, like the guy I was telling you about whose house I went to, you know, fucking jabbing himself and his wife, and now they can't have kids just so he could fucking not be bothered by the resort staff for being unvaccinated, so that he could go around the resort without getting PCR tests and sticking some shit up his nose.
That's a good way to
It's
go through life.
I think we had a pretty good one today.
Yeah,
We uh we
little
covered some good things.
little Slav baby has been bitching and moaning about play the Marathon County Health Human Services. I fucking we've watched it before, but I'll watch it again.
Let's take a peek at what Slav wants us to discuss.
This is the guy that starts red pilling people at the
Oh yeah, it's our buddy, blah blah blah, Jew, da 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 da, Jew. I love that guy.
yeah. All right.
It's a good video.
I guess you're not going to be able to hear it though, but it's all right.
I'll try and not speak over it. Let me know when you start. I'm gonna grab a beer. I'll be back.
All right, I'm gonna play it now. It's 3:30, 3 minutes 30 seconds.
Copy that. 33.
Christopher Wood.
Hello, my name is Christopher Wood. Thank you all so much, brothers and sisters, for attending. I really want to thank the county board for continuing to stand up for everybody. It takes a lot of sacrifice of your reputation and possibly livelihood in your day-to-day to put in the energy and effort to stand up for what's right, so God bless you. I'm going to go through and talk a little bit about things that people may not know. I think a lot of people are well aware that COVID is a scam. Well, you know, the whole practice of it. Everyone understands there's disease, but the fear that they've pushed is to such a great extent to try to control and manipulate us. So I'm going to talk about who's actually behind it, because not too many people want to do that. You know, we always talk about Republicans, Democrats, but they're both wings of the same bird, unfortunately. So the COVID agenda, who was in charge of the CDC that was controlling and telling our government to shut down small businesses and what they recommend for the mandates of the vaccines and Pfizer and all this? Ooh. So at the time when COVID was being enacted, I'm going to read off the staff of who was in charge of this CDC. The director of the CDC was Rochelle Walensky, dual citizenship with Israel. She's a Jew. Deputy director of the CDC, Ann Shawalchik, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. CDC chief of staff, Sherry Berger, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. CDC chief medical officer, Mitchell Wolf, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew.
Chris,
CDC director of the
Chris,
Washington office.
I'm going to
This
ask that
is
you.
pertinent to the topic. We're
This
talking
is-
about COVID, right?
Freedom of speech. Let
The-
them
Yeah,
speak.
this is pertinent to COVID. So
Just because
I love you,
Jewish
Jennifer.
doesn't make it bad. Let them speak.
Yeah, please. So director of the CDC of the Washington office, Jeff Rezek, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. COVID czar, Jeff Zaints, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. COVID senior advisor, Andy Slavitt, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Assistant of Health Secretary for
This
Human
is out of
Services for
order.
our country, the Assistant of Health Secretary, Rachel Levine,
Michael
transgender,
Vernon,
dual
can you
citizenship
speak,
with
please?
Israel,
Yes.
I'm
Jew.
going to ask that you hold off, Christopher.
Ma'am, I'm almost done.
Mr.
Head of
Mr.
Pfizer.
Wood, the chair has ruled that your comments are out of order. She's asked you to stop.
How is it out of order?
The chair
How is it
has.
out of order? He said Jew. There's nothing wrong with Jew. It's not derogatory. Yeah,
Exactly.
If you say Catholic or Protestant,
Okay,
how is
keep
that
on going. Head of Pfizer Vaccines,
Again, the
Albert
chair
Bourla,
has-
dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Pfizer chief scientist, Michael Dostin,
We
dual
need
citizenship
decorum
with
here.
Israel, Jew. Moderna chief scientist, Tal Zaks, dual citizenship with Israel,
Christopher,
Jew. BlackRock,
please.
everyone know BlackRock? BlackRock CEO, Larry Fink, dual
Please,
citizenship with Israel, Jew.
Christopher.
I said we're willing to sacrifice our ego, our reputation,
You have
and
19
our lives.
seconds.
Yes, ma'am, and I love you, and I appreciate your patience. BlackRock President Rob Capital, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. The CDC Chief Medical Officer of Johnson & Johnson, Joanne Waldstreicher, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Chief Medical Officer
You are
of
done.
Merck, Michael Rosenwald, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Head advisor of the World Economic Forum, Yuval Harari, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. And that's only talking about COVID. That's not talking about who's in charge of our
Christopher, you
government.
need to
That's not
stop.
talking about who's in control of the media or the banks. I can go on. God bless y'all. Thank you for your patience.
All right, you happy little baby, you got what you wanted.
Hmm.
All right.
How long we
and,
been cooking?
That's 4 hours 29 minutes.
Oh shit, that's fun.
Yeah.
We got into some topics today. I've enjoyed this. We got into some heavy digression toward the end of that, talking about all sorts of stuff. But dude,
at that.
I
drank
enjoyed.
this. I drank this. And drank this. And I didn't have to piss once.
That's impressive.
I still don't have to piss. Because I've been recycling it through my body.
I'm not gonna lie, that's impressive. I took a piss and grabbed a beer right now. So that said, I should probably cover my face, but I don't think I'll turn my camera on.
Well, I don't have, wait, do I have Zoom?
I've had my camera off for like the last hour probably.
Well, I turned off the Zoom thing, so even if you did show up, it won't show up on here. I don't. Yeah, it's not going to show up on there. So
I think this was a fun one.
Yeah.
Fucking 4.5 hours. Shit. That's cooking. That'll keep someone entertained at work. A little
Yeah,
something to
at least
throw
something
on.
to listen to.
Yeah. Uh anything you wanna say or present to put a bow on this whole thing?
No, just only thing I ask is, I mean, it really doesn't matter, but if you want to like the stream, that would probably be helpful. Just so if we get more, the most minute amount of more views, and it kind of beats the vampire at its own game. If you you do that, but other than that, pretty much that's the end. I think we had some good times and good conversation. We did about 2 hours of kind of what the topic kind of was, and then 2.5 hours of basically just shooting the shit. So
I enjoyed it, and even if it got off the rails a little bit, I mean, a lot of what was presented today, some of our listeners may be familiar with. You know, I was gonna present, you know, Netanyahu and his little COVID syringe he keeps in his glass, and you know, some ideas that there's nanobot technology in the fucking jab, and you know, Bill Gates and his 666 patent. But I mean, many folks who listen to this are probably already familiar with some of these things, and I hope the listeners were entertained if you got this far. And looking forward to next week. We discuss October 7th and the false flag that precipitated the Holocaust occurring in Gaza right now in Palestine.
that'll be an interesting one. All right. Well, it's 4:30 in the morning for me, so I probably should head to bed. Appreciate you guys all being here, and I'm gonna end the stream. And thank you guys.